A cold and brisk morning here in Oceanside. Zoe Benedetto looking at the conditions right there with Ryan Simmons. Talia Swindoll, she's down here this morning. Sol Aguirre looking to become the first Peruvian World Junior Champion. Looking great so far into the semifinals. Leo Casal, one of Brazil's hopefuls on the junior scene to become one of their World Junior Champions. And Paia Maui's own Jackson Bunch. He has looked great throughout the event so far. Just lightning quick on his feet on both the forehand and the backhand. Getting a free surf out there this morning in what seemed to be very fun and consistent conditions here at Southside Oceanside Pier. Strong offshore this morning. Could see some potential for finals day here at Oceanside. It's been a fun event so far, and to the surprise of no one, good chance that we are on today for what could potentially be a new era of professional junior surfing. Mitchell Salazar alongside former CT surfer Rosie Hodge. Rosie, great morning to you. Could potentially see new world champions crowned today on the junior series. Exciting stuff.
This is amazing, Mitch. It's so great to be here. We saw a little bit of the conditions out there. It looks super contestable at the moment. It's brisk, but like you said, we've got this cup on our table, so hopefully that's an indication of what the day will hold.
And a nice little piece of motivation right there, Rosie, for these surfers. It could potentially be coming up in the next few hours or so. And speaking of getting the official call, let's go downstairs. Kaipo is with North America Tour Manager Brian Robbins.
That's right, Mitchell. Brian, we are excited to see what the morning is bringing us. What do we have on schedule today? What's the call?
Finals day is on. Yeah, I mean, it's fun out there. It's little high tide waves, kind of 2 to 3 foot again. Beautiful offshore morning, chilly, but it looks really fun. I think we have a little more focus on this inside sandbar, and that bar has been delivering all week. So we're going to go. A couple world champions going to be crowned this morning.
So happy to hear that, Mitchell. We are going to be crowning both men's and women's World Junior Champions today. Oceanside welcoming us with great banks, great weather, and great contestable waves.
Absolutely right, Kaipo. Thank you to both yourself and Brian. So the event is on, Rosie. 30-minute semifinals out there. And it seems like, looking at the Surfline forecast, just as they predicted, a little bit of swell out there on the Saturday morning.
Yeah, I think we're actually kind of surprised with how much swell has stuck around this morning, as we saw the peak of it on Thursday. Yesterday we saw it kind of come down a notch, but Saturday it's still got the remnants of that swell, which is awesome. We're going to make the most of it. And as you see, there is a swell that's going to slowly start to fill in on Sunday. So I think, you know what, if you got waves in front of you, you got to make the most of those conditions, and that's what we're going to do today. So 2 to 3 foot faces. It's going to stay steady with that size throughout the day. Offshore this morning, going to turn to onshore. I think in this window that we have with the amount of heat, it's going to stay offshore for the finals.
And you mentioned that it's been surprising, to say the least, that we've had waves every day. I mean, the first day of competition, really fun. You see tomorrow 2 to 3 feet on the faces. Gets a little strong in the onshore later on in the afternoon for Sunday. But talking about the surprise factor of the cold, too, I think a lot of people were caught off guard when it came to that. Oceanside normally doesn't get this cold. Big thank you to Surfline for the official forecast. But you mentioned the consistency that we've had throughout the event in terms of the wave. How about the consistency of the competition level that we've had, especially on the women's side?
I was at this event last year, but to see the evolution and to see what we're working with this year has been super impressive. Like you said, both on the men's and women's side, we're going to be crowning new champions today. So it's super fun to see the new crop of talent and just the direction that we headed in.
And a big deal, too, because the winner of the event does get an automatic slot into the Challenger Series for 2024. And looking at the brackets here, Rosie, starting with the women, Sol Aguirre, she's going to be facing off with Zoe Benedetto in semifinal number 1. Semi-2, one to look out for, Sierra Kerr taking on Talia Swindoll.
And I think, you know, Sierra Kerr is that household name. Out of all 4 women in the mix, we know of all of them, but we've seen some upsets with Erin Brooks getting knocked out of the competition, and also Zoe yesterday beating Annette Gonzalez Extabare. Like, she was one that we really pegged to do well, but both of these women have been extremely consistent throughout the event.
Yeah, and great competitors too. Sol, she's been a member of the Challenger Series for a few years now, and Zoe Benedetto getting the jump into that Challenger Series last year in 23. If she wins this event, Rosie, she will automatically be qualified for the CS in 24. And 2 different regions of the world, South America in the red, Peru, where Sol Aguirre is from, a place that you competed at many different times on the championship tour, and Florida in the blue. 2 different regions, obviously, but when it comes to different waves, big difference right there. You normally see a lot of beach breaks in Florida, some amazing waves when you do have some tropical and storm activities, Rosie. But Peru, one of the most consistent areas of the world in the Pacific. Sol, opening ride for her. 30-minute heat is on and getting to work real quick. Riding that happy every day, which is probably the most consistent board you could have at a beach break like this, Rosie. Gonna be a good keeper for her. The surfer from Peru. Resides part-time in Lima, originally from Los Órganos in the northern part of Peru. Traveling here with her partner, Luca Messinas, who's been a member of the CT Elite before. Get a person to have in your corner right there.
Oh, definitely. All that experience and that knowledge, and just a great sounding board for her as she looks through the conditions. And what a good start for her to get on her backhand, get this little jab in super quickly, and have a score on the board. So important for your confidence, and just also to take that control early on in the heat. And, you know, coming from Peru, we'd always liken her strength to be that backhand, because there's a lot of lefts in Peru. So we've seen her on her forehand throughout this event. It's so nice to see her open up on a left.
And she usually has to deal with different kinds of weather conditions too, Rosie. You come from the north, where she's originally from. Temperatures tend to be a lot nicer, warmer. You go to Lima, right there, or Punta Hermosa, where you've competed at before. Gets a lot colder, so wearing a wetsuit, getting accustomed to a little bit more weight on top of your board too, could be very beneficial for the surfer in red.
I agree. You know, Peru has just so many different elements about it. It's really open to all kinds of conditions. Luca there on screen. You can see it. I mean, it's never easy watching any part of your family compete, or your, you know, your close.
Your significant other.
Exactly, and it's you can see that little nervousness on the beach there.
It's so funny too, because I had the opportunity to travel with him doing the juniors and the QS, and he normally gets way more nervous for everybody else's heat and not his own. Just an incredible competitor, 2-time Olympian now himself, 2-time Pan American champion, and here with his partner who's in the red jersey. She opened up with a 4.33, Rosie. A good starter, as you mentioned. The Benedetto, she is just a specialist in these kind of conditions. And Zoe's up. Great style on that opening wrap. Once more in the pocket. And these rights tend to be really hard to surf. They kind of go out to sea, Rosie. We saw it right there towards the end. Still a decent opener from her. Palm City, Florida, where she's from. Mentions Shea Lopez as one of her idols. And working with Ryan Simmons here in Oceanside. Still over 26 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Zoe's competitive mindset and her surfing. Just such a hammer on the rail. Beautiful style too. Flow and linkage through these maneuvers. Very similar turns, but just the technique that she's displaying is impressive. Going to be fun to see the comparison in scores.
A 3.17 for Zoe Benedetto. Just under 26 minutes to go. Priority with Sol. Mentioned her working with Ryan Simmons, one of the elite people to really have in your corner. And there's Brett Simpson right there, former CT surfer, 2-time U.S. Open champion, supporting one of his team riders from Hurley, Zoe Benedetto, out there in the water.
Out here and being able to really see what's going on. You know, come online, you're like, where's the service?
And talking to Ruby Stringfellow, who is also on the Hurley program right there, one of the young prospects that we're seeing through the amateur rankings here in the U.S.
Yeah, really good little goofy foot surfer.
But an awesome person to really have in your support crew. I mean, Simpo, he's been a coach, he's been a mentor, big part of the success that Huntington Beach Board Riders Club have had in the past, and just a good guy overall. You get the kind of support crew, especially on a day of such significance, Rosie. You're talking about an 18-year-old and Zoe, just had her first major year on the Challenger Series. Hasn't really focused on the junior tour, which is very surprising given how talented she is, and she still has 2 full years if she decides to pursue this tour. But having Reed, her partner here in the event, having Ryan working with her, and now the presence of Brett. I think that shows a lot of respect for a surfer this young.
Definitely, and it's also a huge day for these athletes. These junior surfers are going for a junior world title, and I think for Brett, Ryan, all these people that are there in her corner working with her, they also take pride in that they can say, I worked with the surfer, she's a junior world champ.
Right. Eventually makes it to the CT. Next thing you know, hey, who helped you out on your career, on your path to stardom? It was those people in my corner since day one. Same thing could be said for Sol, second-generation professional surfer herself. Her father, Germán, a great surfer. Older sister, Leilani, also a great surfer. As speaking of second-generation pros, Sierra Kerr, she's coming up in semi-2. Gonna be a great heat. Talia Swindoll, she's been impressive all event long. Looking forward to that one. 23 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Rosie, we have an incoming tide this morning later on at around 10. Expected to see it slowing down right now, but when it comes to experience, well, it's going to prevail here in the big moments, and we're going to see people shine on the spotlight.
Definitely, and I think we're all used to these conditions. We've had this big coefficient in the tide all week long, so I think as people have warmed up at Oceanside, they know what to expect. They know the equipment under their feet. They are well aware of the lulls that can happen during this incoming tide, and they're going to adjust their strategies accordingly.
And not to talk about the impact that a win here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western could do for Peru, for South America, Latin America, and I think most importantly, Spanish-speaking America. You know, you've seen a lot of Brazilians succeed. You haven't seen many Peruvians succeed, especially at the highest level. Sol's kind of been the one person that's just been floating around the last few years. She's still only 20. Sofia Milanovic, she's won on the CT. What a junior win here do for that beautiful country within that region.
Well, I know the impact that Sofia's win had for Latin America. I mean, that was huge. Sofia was all over the billboards. I mean, she is just a massive superstar in Peru. So I think that's just really going to lift the profile of Sol and also just inspire that next generation of Peruvian surfers. I mean, we've seen it already. There's so much new talent coming from that region.
Oh, we had two of them in the event on the women's side. Kale Gervasi was also in the event. And not to talk about the talent pool that they have on the men's side too. Luca, Miguel Tudela, Alonso Correa. There's many different ones. And that is just a region of the world that has an incredible amount of waves too, Rosie. Get a variation, a lot of heavy waves too. You see right there in Punta Hermosa, Pico Alto. A lot of people paddling out on the bigger days over there. But Sol, she has an opportunity to do something that hasn't been done yet, and I think it could be a very special moment in the presence of the people that she truly loves and admires. Has 21 minutes to try to make it into the final here and then give herself a shot at winning this entire thing.
And can we talk about what a warrior Sol is? She came off a foot injury. This is pretty much the first test of it as we watch her on this wave.
And just a few weeks ago, Rosie, that's a great point. Mentioned that it was a bit difficult just to get going in the free surfs. Doesn't seem like it's difficult right now. Laying it on rail well into the lip and gets a little hung up with that strong offshore wind right there. So did get a couple of maneuvers done. Looking to at least back up the 4.33, just under 21 minutes here.
I think the judges are going to like that aggressive approach. I was very engaged in what she was doing on that ride. Just that a little bit off-timed on that last turn and even a moment before that. So that is going to handbrake that score a little bit, but taking off on this wave, winding through this section, this wave gets that nice steepness to it as it hits this midsection of the beach. Beautiful little tail slide, and there was that moment with the tail slide where she gets a little bit caught up. Beautiful wrap, lays that board on its knife edge, and then really digs in. So just there she gets hung up and doesn't quite have the projection that she needs to finish that maneuver.
And the score's in, Rosie. It's a 4.57, so her best at the moment. Now Zoe needing a 5.73. Multiple-time member of the USA Junior team is Benedetto. Worked with Ryan Simmons for a long time. Shea Lopez, one of her main inspirations, but was focusing on both her surfing and soccer career just until a few years ago. And her favorite place to shop at, you asked her yesterday during the interview, it was a container store, and she mentioned why, and she just likes to have everything super neat and tight, and I think that's a good perspective to have, especially if you're a competitive surfer like this, where few things are within your control, Rosie, and the things that are, it seems like she's doing quite well to keep them that way.
Yeah, and I think Zoe just mentioned it yesterday when I asked her, do you think that organization helps you prepare for competing, and how does it help you in the heat? And she just said, I like knowing where all my stuff is. So she's like, she knows where her backup board is, her fins, her leashes, her wax, all of that stuff is ready to go. But then also when she's competing, she has a black and white plan, and she's able to stick to that because that's the way that she likes to work, in the water and outside the water.
Right. There's a good sense of comfort that comes from that too, isn't there? And I think most importantly, when you're on the road and there are certain variables that are up in the air, you know yourself, Rosie, you come from South Africa, long place to travel a lot of time. Next thing you know, you come to the U.S., a lot of unexpected things. As a quick in and out right there from Sol won't affect anything. What Benedetto's able to do throughout her career, especially at only 18 years of age, you look at the control chaos that we see within surfing. I mean, just the ability to be able to be so mature at a young age, you don't normally see that from a junior surfer.
Yeah, surfing is extremely messy and chaotic. I mean, you have just getting on the airlines, you could lose your luggage and rock up somewhere without your boards and all your stuff that you spent time preparing. But yeah, it's probably a good challenge for Zoe to be like, okay, like how do I pivot? How do I organize something else? And she probably has all those numbers on speed dial where she can be like, okay, this is what I'm going to do, X, Y, and Z. Probably a good person to travel with. She's probably got everything handled.
No doubt. No doubt. 17:40 to go. Sol's still leading with a pair of fours. Zoe with priority needing a 5.73. And there's the guy of the hour. The man to beat, I would say, Rosie. Levi Slauson, last year's runner-up. Just 20 minutes north of where he's from in Encinitas.
Such a typical Cali morning right now.
I'd be like, hurry, let's get this one out.
And he described it perfectly right there. A typical California morning. Brisk and chilly. Looking at the bracket here, quarterfinals were stacked. We got some even better semifinals, Rosie, on the men's side.
Yep, the two North American surfers coming up against each other, actually Levi and Jet, both coming from this region of Southern California, about half an hour distance between Encinitas and San Clemente. So they have had a lot of matchups together. Looking forward to all of those semis.
And Chet Schilling and Jackson Bunch, well, they have a chance to become great goofy footers that have won the event. Both of them 20 years of age. So is Levi Slauson and Leo Casal, the one wild card in there that I guess a lot of people weren't really thinking was going to make it into this period of time. Guess what? He's in the semis. And Zoe Benedetto now using her priority like a good Floridian can. She just identifies a wave that offers up multiple sections, Rosie, and a good answer back right there, needing a 5.73 for the lead. Just over 16 minutes on the clock. Priority now with Sol, and she wants to improve on one of her low-scoring fours.
Yeah, really squeaking in that last maneuver there, Zoe, to finish on her feet. This wave doesn't have a lot of pushback, Mitch, so you really have to be in control of your board as you preparing for these maneuvers. You're really pushing it on that back foot, but then also to have that kind of center of gravity to get you back on the open face. It's an important game of weighting and unweighting your surfboard as you're meeting that lip line and then going up again. So that was cool to see her get in that third. It was a little messy, but she made it work.
And there's Luca, Sol's partner, watching the water. You can see that little circle right there on the bottom part of the board. It says Team Light. Those boards extremely light. Don't normally make them for the open public. Those things can snap at any given point, Rosie, but they are the most high-performance surfboards in the world.
So I feel like, in terms of glassing, I think that is about a 4-ounce cloth,
right.
A single 4-ounce cloth. It goes ultralight, which you said the general public, that's the lightest that they can go. And then that Team Light would be just a paper-thin layer of glassing, which makes the boards extremely light when you pick them up.
Quicker.
But easy to break.
Bit more responsive too, but you nailed it, Rosie. They do tend to snap quite a few boards. A 4.9 for Zoe Benedetto, so not enough for the lead, but a good answer back. Needs a 4-point ride to move up into the lead. And we were talking about the evolution of competition And Brian even said it when he made the call. That inside sandbar looks like the best on the higher tide. Zoe recognized that in a matter of minutes right there, actually decided to use priority on a wave that didn't fully break on the outside, moved a little bit in, ends up being her best ride and the best score of the heat so far, Rosie. Great recognition by her.
And even though it didn't take the lead for her, just like you said, knowing that's the best wave of the heat so far, knowing you only need a fourth to take the lead, that's kind of putting you in that better position as both of these ladies have moved a bit further south.
Ooh, Matt Biolas right there on the left. He's got one of his team riders in the water, Zoe Benedetto. She's riding a sub driver. Jet Schilling right there in the middle. He's going to be coming up.
One thing he does do is someone helps him with orders boards for like 35, 30 meters.
Talking about boards. Jet Schilling, he'll be against Levi Slauson in Semi 1. Sol now on the backhand, using priority on this one. Just a couple of carves, Rosie. 13 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And now Zoe, she's going to use priority going right. A quick in and out, though. Looking to improve on a 4.9. A 4.0 would give her the lead. Interesting choice right there by Sol to go on that wave. One that kind of fizzled out a little bit quicker than she thought.
Yeah, and I think in these kinds of conditions, you do get kind of suckered into a few waves just because it's going to break on the outside. So, you know, it's a set potentially. But as it meets some of that sleepy, thicker water through the middle, they do tend to not offer you what you're looking for.
Every now and then, those waves can stand up. 12 minutes 45 on the clock. Zoe Benedetto is trailing Sol Aguirre. A fun start to the morning here on Finals Day. We will be crowning new World Junior Champions. Be right back from Oceanside.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
It's Finals Day at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We're about to crown some new world champions in just a few hours at the pro junior level. Mitch and Rosie here for semifinal number 1. It's Sol Aguirre leading over Zoe Benedetto at the moment. Benedetto needing a 4-point ride to move up into the lead. A third of heat still to go, Rosie. Sol slightly out front with a pair of 4s. Zoe does have the best of the heat so far, a 4.9. You know, before we went to the break, we saw Sol take off on a wave right there left with priority, got a 3.33, didn't improve. You mentioned how difficult it is to recognize those waves that seem like they're going to cap on the outside, break on the inside though, and most of them tend to be some that just fade out. A lot of them really emphasizing that inside break that we're seeing.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the majority of points, like that midsection of the wave where it really starts to cup up. This is an important wave.
Yeah, and Zoe, quick snap right there. Fits in a second one somehow. And she's going to kick out with a lot of positive body language right there. 4-point ride is what she needs, Rosie. Her two best have been left so far. Opting for those ones that seem to stand up just a little bit more than the right-handers.
And not a bad game plan. We have seen, you know, for one single maneuver on a dynamic section, sometimes maybe looking for a closeout might not be a bad idea just because it offers you more opportunity to get vertical. And you can see this oncoming section looks really nice and crispy. She hits that. 4-point ride is what's required. It's going to be, I think this is the number. I mean, look at that. Just squaring this section up, hitting it off the top. Two-turn combo. Those have been well rewarded.
And emphasizing really those bigger sections too on that ride there. 5.27. You're spot on, Rosie. Enough for the lead. And now Sol Aguirre. She hasn't been in this position so far within this heat. She's trailing now, needing a 5.6. As we look at her backup board right there, that's a CI Fever. You can see right there the team light that we were talking about. Very light glassing. Kolohe Andino fins by FCS. I'd have to say probably the most versatile fin when it comes to a beach break like this in California.
Well, I mean, he grew up in California conditions just like this. And a CI Fever model, I think that's the Gadauskas model.
Right, one of them. A very consistent board, high performance. Right in the happy every day right now, so that is the backup board that her partner Luca has on the beach. 7:45 to go. Sol leaning on the 5.6, and just talking a little bit more about equipment, Rosie. Today, you have a swell that is slowly filling in the afternoon. The morning's going to be a little bit tricky, though, especially with that tide coming up, and it's a high one that we will see around 10 a.m. This morning. As speaking of equipment, seems like Josh, Sierra's dad, bringing down the boards. A couple of different options to select from right there, Rosie.
And you see that swallowtail, that's the board that she was riding yesterday. That looked really good under her feet, and she was actually in 2 minds of whether to take out the Groveler or, you know, her shortboard. But her boards are looking great.
Seems like a carbon vacuumed board right there on the right, too. The other board that she's been riding, a Zero model from JS. A board that she got just a few days ago, too. Seems like it's working great. Swallow in comparison to the straight kind of thumbtail right there, Rosie. Any preference on your behalf as Zoe up and riding here? Good start for her on this one. She's riding a sub-driver, an epoxy, no doubt. Gonna kick out. Good read on that one. Not a lot on offer, but she has the lead, so no harm, no foul. And a bigger wave right here by Sol. She wants to get back into first place. Great start. A lot of emphasis on that power section on the outside once again. Needs this wave to stand up, though, and as soon as I say that, that wave just not offering up a lot on the inside. 6 minutes to go here, Rosie.
Yeah, as soon as Sol identified that wave on the outside, though, it was looking good. I had a feeling like, oh, this is that wave that she's been looking for. Unfortunately, like we've said, those rights, they tend to go out to sea. You really want one that kind of horseshoes on the bank and gets that bit of steepness. But those couple of maneuvers on the outside, those are the indications of what she's capable of.
And you said it a few minutes ago, you almost want the wave that is going to close out. You mentioned that horseshoe, that little triangle that you see as Brett Simpson right there on screen. Great personality to have around you. There are those waves on offer every now and then. I think with the lefts, you'll see them a little bit less. You can see it right there, just that triangle-looking shape on the rights, though. A lot of them really connect on the inside. I think they might want a little bit of a higher tide, though, as we're going to look at the replay here of Zoe.
So Zoe on her forehand. So remember, both of her scores have been on the backhand, on the lefts. These rights, it's really hard not to surf it laterally like that because you're looking for the cupped out section. So really digs into that one, puts that board right on rail. And again, I love the roundhouse cutback, just rebounding off that white water.
And she rarely falls too, Rosie. Usually has a wider stance. It's noticeable when she has her front foot a little bit further up on the board, too.
And another thing about Sol being an absolute warrior, I mean, she was sick in bed the day before the contest started. So to go out, win her opening round, and then be here in the semifinals.
Ooh. So tried to bait in Zoe to use priority and maybe force a block right there. It's going to stay the same, though, as Sol kept on paddling for that one. Still needing a score, but gets her best on her last. She was close, Rosie. Got a 5.2. Now only needs a 4.98, basically a 5-point ride. And you talked about it. She gets one more big section on that wave. No doubt going to get the score that she required.
Yeah, and here she goes on the inside.
This could be a good one, too. Underneath the priority of Zoe, just the one quick wrap. She's been very active in the last few minutes now. That is her 7th wave in this heat. Benedetto so far, 5 waves, thrown away a 4.6 and a 3.17. And you mentioned her being sick the day before the event started. Had just a tragic year on the Challenger Series last season. She opened up her hand one time, had an injury there, multiple injuries on her feet, coming off of an ankle injury, as you mentioned, just a few weeks ago. Really, her first real surfs before the event, just a few days prior here in Oceanside. And one of the biggest stars in pro surfing worldwide, Sierra Kerr, she's coming up in semi-2, going to take on Malibu's Talia Swindoll. There's Talia, playing the Channel Islands happy every day herself. First person down here this morning, Rosie. She was all alone by herself in the athletes area. Told me that she didn't know whether to keep sleeping in or just fully get down here. She couldn't really sleep that well, just in anticipation of the big moment here on finals day. Jordy with Benedetto. Gonna get caught inside on that one. Sol did have a look at it, though. And that wave not anything on offer. These are the tense moments, Rosie. We've seen Zoe make it through heats. 10, 11-point heat totals. As a smart competitor, knows that she doesn't have to overdo anything. Wants to peak at the right moment, too. Has had a couple excellent scores in the event so far. And it seems like patience is really paying off right now for her. Meanwhile, Sol, though, she knows a 5, that's a very attainable score out there by today's standards. Still a little bit further on the inside with a minute 50 remaining.
Yeah, Sol, she just looks over her shoulder at the beach, just trying to find any kind of breaking water for her to get that score. Zoe's been very clutch in moments, so I think she knows that her competitor's capable of that too. Looking at these score lines, it's such a close heat.
And Sol was in the lead for the majority of the heat too. Hasn't been trailing for that long. And as soon as she got relegated down to second place, Rosie, she's been looking for a lot of those opportunities. And it's been Benedetto who has just broken away enough to be in a position to catch those 2 lefts. That didn't really look like much, but she got a 4.9, then got her best at 5.27 afterwards.
Yeah, definitely on the strength of Zoe's surfing. She manufactured those scores. I feel for Sol, like she's had the surfing. Obviously, she's been well rewarded. The 5.2 for those 2 open face carves on the forehand.
And she also did have the 4.57 where she pushed a little too hard into the lip. A wave that potentially could have been much better than a 4.57 too. So there's just some small subtleties out there, Rosie, that make a big difference when you're moving through heats. And right now it's been Benedetto who hasn't really made a mistake on the waves that she has surfed so far. 25 seconds to go, tense moments here as Benedetto now on the outside of Sol.
Yeah, these 20 seconds remaining, it really, time is the enemy as we see it winding down. I don't know if Sol's going to get another opportunity. Zoe, like you said, mistake-free surfing, just a really tight heat.
And smart. Never had to try to overdo anything, and she's going to be moving into the final. Great sportsmanship right there by both surfers. And it's going to be Florida's Zoe Benedetto, our first finalist here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. An excellent performance by Sol Aguirre. She's going to be bowing out in the semifinals and very likely to be seeing her on the Challenger Series right here in 2024. Zoe into the final, and we have one more semi coming up. It's going to be Sierra Kerr taking on Malibu, California's Talia Swindoll. Much more action after the break. Welcome back to beautiful Oceanside, California for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Global superstar Sierra Kerr in the water, and she's up and riding. Immediately after the hooter sounded, catching the first ride of the heat, and it's going to be a great start for her campaign in semi number 2, taking on Malibu's Talia Swindoll, last year's North America Junior Champion. Couple of great snaps right there for Talia. Regular footer out of Point Doom. Surfs a lot of great point breaks, but really emphasizing the use of the beach breaks here in Oceanside. A lot of flow on the end section, and a great finish for Swindoll. What a start to the heat right here. Mitch and Rosie, and the score's already in for Sierra Kerr, Rosie. It's an 8.67. Now waiting on this one from Talia Swindoll.
Oh, I love this back and forth. I love this first exchange. It just gives you such a good indication of the energy we're seeing in the water and what these women are bringing to the forefront.
And the tide coming up, Rosie. Should bring some consistency with it. You look at the semi right there, Australia versus the U.S. Sierra Kerr, though, has partially grown up in this area of North County, San Diego. Encinitas just to the south, and consistency has been key for her at this event. Last year, made the semifinals in huge and pumping surf at Seaside Reef. At least a semifinal finish guaranteed here. Opens up with an 8.67, though. Couldn't really ask for a better start. Meanwhile, Swindoll, good one for her, too. 6.33 competitive stuff in the early stages.
I love that. I love that both these women have started so strong. Sierra just looks engaged. She's found this wave. She's watched the heat previous. She knows what she's looking for out there. And that 3-turn combo offering up excellence. And Talia, I love the answer back from her. I just really enjoying the brand of surfing that she does. Easy flow through her maneuvers, but then is able to get aggressive when she needs it to emphasize those maneuvers. Definitely a woman to watch as we see this inside section. She goes for that layback and completes it. She's up again.
Yeah, and throws the tail right there in that strong offshore wind. Just pushing her outside, Rosie. 26 minutes to go. What an excellent start to this semifinal number 2, and a great semi 1 was out there in the water. We have our first finalist, Zoe Benedetto, downstairs with Matt.
Zoe, freezing cold morning, but you've started off on an absolute heater. What's going through your mind now moving into the final?
I'm just really excited. This morning's a little bit challenging since it's cold. Like, first heat of the day, like, is always a little bit intimidating just because you don't really have anything to go off of, and it's kind of like all on you. So yeah, just I'm excited and just like want to peak at the right time. So yeah.
Well, it looks like you're on your way, and your shaper, Matt Violas, was down here. He had a few words to you as soon as you came out of the water. What were they?
Yeah, we were just checking in on each other. I haven't seen him since like October, so just like a routine hello, asking how I was. I bet checking out my boards and stuff like that. But Matt's amazing. I'm so grateful to have like the best boards under my feet. So yeah, just like a routine check-in, seeing if my boards are feeling okay, and they feel pretty good. It's really mushy out there, so I feel like I have a good career.
Now, what's the plan moving into the final? You're going to go get warm? What are you going to do with the freezing hands and feet?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna change, get dry and warm, probably like put my feet on the car heaters. But yeah, being cold here is like a really hard thing to deal with. Like your muscles get sore. I've had like a couple like low back issues this event, so just like stretching, being warm, I think that all goes together. So.
Yeah. All right, all the best. Go get warm. We're going to go back into live action.
Thank you, Matt, and big congratulations to Florida's Zoe Benedetto, our first finalist in the event. And not every day you get to see a junior surfer talk about their back issues. You normally see that with somebody in their 30s, maybe in their 40s, Rosie, but the cold, it's been no joke this week, especially today. I'd have to say the coldest out of the 5 days that we've had out of competition.
Yeah, I think snowing in Mammoth today,
Yep.
so just 5 hours up in the mountains. You're definitely having that chilly breeze with this offshore wind, but Zoe just mentioning that those back issues, like you said, unusual for such a young surfer, but she mentioned them yesterday after a heat too, but surfing through that pain and at such a high standard.
Pain's elevated when you go into the cold too. You hit your foot on your board, it hurts. You hit your knee, everything hurts afterwards.
Saying that, Sol actually said yesterday the cold maybe making her foot numb and her ankle numb maybe help the pain. So, you know,
You got to take what you can
your
get.
mindset.
Well, Swindoll having a look here, Rosie. Looking left. Haven't seen too much of this from her in the event. Setup carve right there on the backhand. This wave might double up. She's going to stick with it. A good read. And a little hung up right there. So an unfortunate unforced error by Talia Swindoll. Only needing a 2.35, though, for the lead.
I think, you know, Talia, she's got the 6.3 in her scoreline. She's maybe a little rattled by the 8.67 that's been locked in by Sierra. But, you know, the last two waves, you almost want to reel it back in. She's trying to surf maybe outside of herself and pushing just that touch too hard. The brand of surfing she's been doing, that's what got her here. She's been dropping excellent scores. She needs to remind herself of what she's capable of and not to overdo things.
Good looking wave here too, Rosie.
Yeah, I love the way that this wave eventuated on this midsection of the bank. She really had an opportunity there to get deep on that bottom turn and really lay into that lip line.
And did take the lead at 2.5, so slightly in first over Sierra Kerr. Sierra now needs only a 0.16, so basically just needs to stand up. And you mentioned peaking at the right time. Zoe also mentioned it during her interview, but having to tone it down a little bit is something that Sierra's actually had to do when it comes to competition before. You mentioned the same thing right now for Talia. You don't want to try to oversurf a lot of these waves, especially with the strong offshore we have out there.
That's right, and just, you know, surfing is intuitive, and good surfing is intuitive. So I think Talia mustn't overthink things, because that's when you lose that intuitive nature of feeling what the wave is doing. And Talia, I mean, looking into her profile, she absolutely rips. She charges, Mitch. She's not afraid of the big barrel, you know, similar to Sierra.
And looking at our Best Western fan picks, 84% with no doubt one of the most popular surfers in the world, Sierra Kerr. 16% with the reigning and defending North America Junior Tour champion on the WSL side, Talia Swindoll. And coming from Malibu, Rosie, you've had some excellent professional surfers from there. Not a whole lot that have really stood out on the Championship Tour or even on the Challenger Series lately. And Swindoll, she's making a great name for herself when it comes to kind of branding herself as one of those young stars coming out of North County, LA in the most recent of years.
Yeah, she's definitely a name to look out for as we see a couple lines on the horizon.
And priority with Sierra Kerr. It's difficult to center yourself after hearing somebody get an 8, especially when it's opponent as lethal as Sierra Kerr. Talia, though, she's breaking away and going left now. Little hung up right there on the bottom turn. Recovers well. Much better on the second one by Swindoll. And just trying to keep a cool pace here on the inside. That wave gonna die out, but did some good work before that. I gotta be thinking the 2.5, that's long gone, Rosie.
For sure, and I love the strategy of breaking away and finding a different peak down the beach. Those left-handers, I mean, Zoe in that last heat, that's where she found her top scoring waves, and it does offer that little bit of steepness that you need to perform in the critical section. So that little bottom turn, you see her just get hung on the bottom there, and then that hampers the timing. Good little answer back. Maybe her leash getting stuck between her toes there on that back section of the board, as you see her try and adjust her feet.
And by far the biggest event she's ever surfed in her life, too. You know, Ryan Simmons, despite him not coaching her at this event, as Swindoll drops a 5.17, so extends her lead. Now Sierra Kerr just needing a 2.83. To get high praise out of Simo is difficult then. You know, she was a member of the junior team twice now. She's been a captain on the girls' side. That wave that I was talking about yesterday that was easily 10 feet, and Simo actually texted me a picture of it, and he's like, yeah, at the very minimum 10 feet. She went for it, needed a score in the last maybe minute or so. Newest member on the team. She surfed up at Division II. To be able to do that, get high praise out of somebody who's been there, done that, competing himself, sees the highest level of surfing on a daily basis, and you make it into the semifinals in your first year, at least you're guaranteed a third place finish here. But now people get to recognize he was an actual threat, Rosie. Maybe not at this event, winning the whole thing. When it comes to the Challenger Series, potentially even on the CT, she wants to thrive at places like Pipeline and J-Bay.
That's such a good point. And you think about, you know, putting her competitors on notice. Like, she's the name at the front of their minds now when they match up. Not just like, oh, I think it's a girl from Malibu. Yeah, it's like, I know it's a girl from Malibu. I know she rips. I know she charges. I know she's capable.
There's Josh, Sierra's dad. Former championship tour surfer himself. Very successful, competitive surfer. Started off doing a lot of those air shows that they had in Australia. Eventually made the move to the US. And Sierra just following her dad in his footsteps. And Josh, I'd have to say, might even surf better than he did before, Rosie, riding some alternative crafts. And she just had her premiere of Precursor last night right here at the JS Garage in Oceanside. Seems like it went extremely good. Talk about somebody who has just really thrived in the spotlight, and she's still only 16. The sky truly is the limit for this young surfer.
And I like that she's working on different projects to make a movie, travel and collect clips, and then obviously showcase it last night. Like you mentioned, I saw some imagery from there, like a lot of the young junior Groms going and enjoying that movie, putting on a free event. That's just that giving back and inspiring that next generation, and probably that energy from yesterday's premiere, she's going to be carrying that into today's performances.
It's just outstanding that she's such a motivational piece for a lot of the young surfers, even her peers that might even be a few years older than her. To be able to have that level of inspiration and motivation for people outside of her age group, I think that says a lot about the way she surfs. Up and riding again, had an 8.67 on our opener. A lot of intensity on this one. Great use of the speed too, Rosie. Excellent variation so far on this. And just like yesterday afternoon, patience has really paid off for her. She's been on the best two waves of the heat so far.
Just impeccable heat management. We saw her looking over her shoulder, looking back at the beach, just looking at her landmarks, probably her dad just telling her to sit tight, use that priority, wait for the wave because they are on the way. But even the way that she's able to work this wave back and forth, I mean, that wave was barely breaking and she was already doing her first turn, and then having the just such a grasp on the judges' criteria to be like, okay, it's going to be another lateral turn. To mix it up a little bit, I'm going to go for the layback. So finds this section. So that two-turn combo right there is going to be well rewarded. She's going to get into the lead. 2.83 is all that she requires. It's just a matter of where this wave is going to come in. Is it better than the 6.33 of Talia's?
Got to be right around there. And she's up and riding again on an insider. Gonna get the full roundhouse cutback right there into the lip. Slides the fins, and that's gonna be incomplete for her. Still waiting on her previous ride though, halfway through the heat, Rosie, and when you just said that right now, I'm like, that's the former competitor in Rosie that stands out right there. Just the subtle differences that you can do on a maneuver that maybe not be as high scoring. Well, it's going to get you a high score eventually with these kind of conditions, Rosie. It's a 6.43 for Sierra Kerr. Now forces Talia Swindoll to really use her priority as well as she can. She needs an 8.77 for the lead.
Yeah, and you know what? In Talia's mind, as she's hearing that, the 8.77 is what's required. Let's go back to her quarterfinal. Let's go back to her round 1 heat or her elimination round. She has dropped some of the big scores of this event.
Yes, she has.
So got to take confidence out of that as she's sitting out there with priority. It's going to be interesting to see the next exchange, because with that, it also changes your game plan, because we have seen Talia going on, medium-sized waves. I think she's going to drop anchor and really wait for one of those right-handers or another one of the lefts that stand up.
10.17 heat total was enough for Zoe Benedetto to move into the final. Talking about a 15.1 heat total just on the first 2 waves of the heat by Sierra Kerr. We're still down to 14 minutes, Rosie. Maturity, that's there. You can check that box. The patience is obviously there too. But I think most importantly, the radical style is present in the surfing of Sierra Kerr. She's in the lead against Talia Swindoll. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring 2 lucky winners this one-of-a-kind custom SAMBAZON times Murph Electric Bike. You don't want to miss out on this 3,500 plus prize package, including 3 months of SAMBAZON's acai packets and acai bowls, SAMBAZON branded Yeti cooler and drinkware, and the e-bike of your dreams. Enter to win via the QR code on screen or by visiting the SAMBAZON booth at the event here in Oceanside. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, Mitch and the great Rosie Hodge here in semifinal number 2. It's Sierra Kerr leading over Talia Swindoll. Swindoll needing an 8.77 to move up into first place. Just an excellent performance so far by the young Sierra Kerr, 16 years of age. Talia Swindoll, she's only 17, Rosie, going to be 18 in a matter of days. But talk about the depth within the junior rankings right now, talking about an event that really has a lot of legacy to it. Andy Irons, the original world junior champion back in 1998. And now these two young surfers have a chance to become world junior champions in their own respect. When it comes to winning at home, though, can't really deny that feeling of being one of the best ever, as Talia has a chance to win an event just 2.5 hours south of where she's from in Malibu. She's up and riding here. Needs an 877. It's a good start for her, but needs something major on the inside. Much better right there by Swindoll. Around the corner, and she's going to get a good finish, too. Was it enough for the 877? A near 9-point ride. Her family loves it, Rosie.
Really good wave for her. And, you know, just to say, she had to really contain herself. She was put in that position of needing that excellent score by Sierra dropping in that 6.33. She sat out the 6.43, sorry. She sat out the back. She knew the wave that she wanted. And when it came her way, this is one of the most quality waves that we've seen all morning long as we watch Talia just go through the motions on this one. Just really good, solid surfing. I'm not sure it's going to be the 877, but I do think it's going to improve her situation. And I love the fact that she's not overwhelmed by the moment. She's able to compete under pressure. And just a beautiful flow. I mean, we've just been saying it all week long. Just you're a product of your environment. Growing up on those point breaks has really refined her style, and it's so pleasing to the eye.
Excellent point. And he mentioned just surfing in the moment, too, because she kind of got ahead of herself a couple of times on her previous rides. As Sierra with the answer back, she wants to focus on her. How's that second turn? Throws the tail around with the strong offshore wind. Really difficult to do. We still have 8:20 on the clock here.
That has that potential to improve on the 6.43 for Sierra. Just the two-turn combo with that big finish.
Ay, 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 Rosie.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we'll get another look at it, too, to just break it down. But, I mean, Sierra just has that added bit of energy, the little bit of dramatic approach and knifey technique.
It's scary to me to think that she still has 4 more years in the juniors, too, after this.
So there she goes into that turn, and as she gets about 3/4 of the way through it, she just really stomps on that back foot and pushes that tail out right there. And then straight into the bottom turn and kind of lip glides.
The golf clap right there by her father, Josh. He's trying to keep it as modest as possible, Rosie. Job's not done, but guess what? Gets a 7.5. That is now her backup. Last of Swindoll comes through as a 5.93, so Talia now needs a 9.84 to move up into first place. 7 minutes to go, and just a masterclass so far by Sierra Kerr. But, I mean, Talia Swindoll has been surfing very consistent. She's had a great heat, 12.26. That's respectable by today's standards, but needing a near perfect score of a 9.84. We talk about it all the time, Rosie. A perfect 10 is out there on every day. Can you be able to find that wave and surf it to the best of your abilities to get that perfect score, though? It's tough.
It is extremely tricky, and I'm just so impressed with both of these young women. Like, Talia's definitely put the world on notice. Like, her profile's grown so much by being in this event. You know, she got that walk through in the elimination round with Janeri Gonzalez Estabare having to pull out of the event due to that knee injury. But wow, she has not squandered that opportunity. Yesterday, so impressive to me. Today, same thing. I mean, to make a semi-final in your first appearance at the World Juniors.
It's a big deal.
That's a huge deal.
And the handshakes are on display. San Clemente's Jet Schillen. He's coming up against Levi Slauson, the informed surfer. That's a good crew to be part of right there. If you're Jet. Talia, that wave closing out on her just a bit too deep on that one, Rosie. 5:35 on the clock. Still needing the 9.84. And I don't want to get emotional this morning, Rosie, but, you know, the other day off air, we were talking about Noah Clapp, and you mentioned that she was one of your favorites to do well in this event. Had a great opening round. He ended up losing, you know, in the middle rounds. As even Griffin Colapinto, last year's number 3 on the championship tour rankings. Sean Ward right there, great surfer out of Huntington Beach. And Schilling has an amazing support crew. Mitch Colapinto right there too.
His brother Malik in the white.
A who's who right there of surfing in San Clemente. A quick in and out right there by Swindoll just under 5 minutes ago. I brought up that conversation about Noah Clapp because I had an interview with her after her heat win. And I mentioned about how much praise you had for her, what kind of admiration you've been giving a lot of these young surfers as we look at the replay there of the in and out. I mean, she was almost brought to tears. And having you here, this kind of role model that a lot of these young people look up to, it's a big deal for them. They're getting a treatment that they wouldn't normally get at a local event, and having this kind of environment, as you mentioned, a lot of these surfers are big products of their environment that they're in. They're thriving in a big setting right now, and it's difficult to perform in a spotlight as big as this one.
Definitely. It's this is a huge platform for all of these surfers to make a name for themselves. And like I said, with women surfing in the direction that it's heading in, like this is a glimpse. You know, everyone that's competed here has been really impressive. Like super proud of what everyone's been able to produce and the surfing they've been doing, and just how they've handled the conditions and how they've handled themselves.
And to think of the people that were also in the event, Sori Lindblad, Alyssa Spencer, they qualified for the CT. They actually said that they didn't want to surf because they wanted to focus on pipeline. They still had a chance to compete here at the juniors. Alyssa was in her last year. Sawyer still has 2 full years to compete here if she would want to. But I think that goes to show the level of maturity, especially with Sawyer being runner-up last year. Alyssa made it into finals day. This event works, and it's showing that it's a platform to make it onto the next stage. You qualify for the Challenger Series with the win here, Rosie, and within your first full year on the CS, you could eventually be on the championship tour as well.
Definitely, and also you're creating those friendships and those bonds with an international field. Like we've had the 7 regions that qualify for this event. So all of these young women, young guys getting together, hanging out, you know, that creates these memories that you think back on at the end of your career.
And also creates preparation for a lot of these young surfers too. Wouldn't normally see people from different parts of the world at a singular event like this. We are talking about the best surfers 20 years or younger in the world though. And it is the 16-year-old from the Gold Coast on Australia who is just putting on a masterclass performance out there. 16.17 heat total. That's an excellent heat. As Swindoll has a look on the inside right there. She's underneath Sierra Kerr's priority. A 9.84 is what she needs. 2 minutes ago, a lot of respect being shown right here by Sierra. She is still shadowing Talia, knowing that a 10, that's not out of the realm right now of the opportunities that we have on this morning here in Oceanside.
Definitely having, as Sierra's looking with that priority.
Yeah, she's going to block Talia on this one. Opens up with a full roundhouse. Throws the tail around once again. Just aggressive and lights out so far within this heat. He's been unstoppable, Rosie. Yesterday was on the 2 best waves of that quarterfinal. And you make it into the semis here. He's throwing away a 6.43, would still be in the lead with that backup, looking to improve on a 7.5 here.
Yeah, you can't fault Sierra's heat. Like, you go into your coach and really the only thing you can do is say well done, because that's what it was. It was a really well-surfed heat. And that wave, the finish, I love it. And I feel like, you know, Sierra, although she's getting those excellent scores, we haven't even seen her get out of 2nd or 3rd gear. Like, for the final.
Yeah. Lower tide, maybe. Or maybe the peak high tide, you get some ramps on the inside. Throw a little bit of the progression element out there too. Gonna be fascinating to see her take to the air and drop a couple of 9s. 30 seconds to go. It doesn't seem like she's gonna improve. It's a 6.7. 25 seconds to go. Priority with Talia Swindoll. The accolades are there by Talia. 17 years old. She's gonna be 18 in a few days. Last year's WSO North America Junior Tour champion, and has a lot of good memories to really make in the next few years. We're going to be seeing her potentially on the Challenger Series in 24.
Oh, 100%. Like, go follow her on Instagram and just get a little look at what she does in her free time, free surfing at Backdoor.
Yep. Had a great wave earlier this winter there, but today belongs to Sierra Kerr. She's our second finalist, and she's going to be facing off against Zoe Benedetto in just a matter of hours. The U.S. versus Australia, and Sierra Kerr looking like the person to beat right now. 16.17 heat total, and she is just on fire. About to jump into the men's division. Levi Slauson taking on San Clemente's own Jet Schilling. Men's semifinals about to hit the water here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Thank you for joining us for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. It is finals day, and we have the finals set for the women. Sierra Kerr is going to be up against Zoe Benedetto on time to set up our men's final, starting with semifinal number 1. Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California, coming up against Jet Schilling from San Clemente, California. Two exciting young surfers, both in their last year in the Pro Junior ranks, Pro Juniors 20 and under. And this is going to be a battle. Levi Slauson, last year's runner-up for a junior world title. Here we go, starting with Jet Schilling. Fades right, goes left. And Schilling on the sharp eye. Surfboard looking sharp. Acute angles in his turns, short radius in the wraps, and that's going to be the beginning of semifinal number 1. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Matt the Waxhead Shanosky on the call here. Nice play at the beginning with with Jet Schilling.
Yeah, that was interesting because Levi was having a real good look at that left, and we could actually see Jet looking at the right, but Levi opting not to go, and advantage to Jet. See, actually went right, faded back around to the left, and a nice hit off the top to start, and you said it, swiveling around, and that wrap there, it's been a signature of his repertoire so far in this event, and Jet Schilling starting off his account at the end of this heat. Can't imagine that'll be a keeper score, but nice to start early. And Jet, interesting to note, throughout this event, hasn't been happy with any of his performances. Post-heat interviews, a little underwhelming with his responses, saying that he really wants to get the win here today, and if he could beat Levi, it's his turn, because Levi's got him in the last couple of matchups.
Well, we said we had our women's final all set up. One of our women's finalists, Sierra Kerr, she's been dynamite through this entire event. Sierra's on the beach with Rosie Hodge.
Sierra has been unbelievable throughout this event. But before we get into the event, how did the premiere go last night? Your feature film, Precursor.
Yeah, it was sick. There were so many people, and it was just such a fun night. So I was frothing to have some fun and then, yeah, get back into it this morning.
And how did that energy translate to this morning's heat against Talia?
Yeah, it was good because I was like watching myself surf and stuff, and I was like, oh, let's just try and flare up tomorrow. So yeah, it got me a bit excited for today.
And talking about flaring up, you got some great numbers. Are you going to change anything heading into the final? Can we see you even up at a notch?
Yeah, that's the goal. It feels like I've surfed like all right this comp, but definitely not the way I hoped to. So hopefully I bring it out in the final.
So you've had amazing runs so far. What board are you riding?
I'm riding a zero gravity 5.5. I rode a different board in like the first couple heats, and then I was like, oh, it's gone a bit smaller, so I changed it up, and it's feeling pretty good.
Any words from your dad that you're taking into the final?
Just surf like I do, and yeah, just catch waves and have fun pretty much.
Fair enough. We'll see you in the final against Zoe Benedetto. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rosie. And speaking of finals, let's see how we line up for our men's final here. 2 semifinals. And the women's actually rode to the final for Sierra Kerr. Sierra having to overcome Laura Ropp and just overcame Talia Swindoll into that women's final. Jet Schilling, second wave of this semifinal number 1 for the men. Opened up with a 6.33. Schilling continues his assault on these tiny lefts. Looking quick, looking energized. And Jet Schilling's going to back that up. And really interesting with this, as you see the support crew for Jet. Cole Hauschman, Crosby Colapinto, Mitch Colapinto, Griffin Colapinto. San Clemente has made the short drive down to Oceanside and are coming in full support.
Yeah, they love that. I tell you what, getting off to an early start, a 6.33 for that first wave, and I'd like to see what the end section was on that because he really went to town. One thing to note with the smaller waves today, a lot of the surfers opting for the groveler type boards. Being smaller, less power, that flow and that connectivity where they've got surfers are having to reset their fins. They're going to have to do a double pump at certain points just to maintain momentum. When the waves get smaller, they're carrying less of those critical moments to get that speed. Jet, rapid fire.
Well, really interesting in that Jet Schilling in this challenge with Levi Slauson is taking a page out of Levi's playbook. Actually, Levi Slauson, up until this semifinal, has gotten off to very quick starts and putting numbers on the board immediately. Not the case in this semifinal. It's been Jet Schilling doing that same exact thing. This replay, Matt, a 7.67.
Yeah, series of swiveling wraps in the pocket, and he lines up for this down the line, and it gives him an end section. So he finishes with some ferocity, and the judges will appreciate that in the higher tide conditions. So here, just swiveling that around, electric, fast surfing there from Jet Schilling. This is looking like a lowers left-hander, and a nice, more critical snap there, and really getting those fins free. Lining up down the line, thought he was going to go for an air, and he just sits down into a snap, and he likes it. He can feel the speed out there, and that's a key component. If you're carrying speed through your maneuvers out there today, Kaipo, that'll be the difference. And that's what separates good small wave surfing from surfers that look like they're trying to manufacture a score, and to the surfers that look like that the score is just coming to them naturally.
In the camp for Levi Slauson, Matt Myers, Myers Surf Mentorship. That's Levi's coach and support squad right there. A little bit of a concern look as Levi Slauson now in a 2-wave combination needs 14 points to take the lead off of Jet Schilling, who just came out absolutely firing. You talked a little bit about Jet Schilling in that up until now he was making heats but a little bit disappointed in his performance. Talking to Jet yesterday, I said, hey Jet, doesn't matter. You want to peak on finals day. As long as you're making heats, this is the time to peak, and we may be seeing a peaking Jet Schilling.
Yeah, that's right, and very timely as well. What Levi will take some confidence out of is that the scores this week haven't always been for length of ride. We've said it time and time again. It's the quality over the quantity. So if a bigger set comes and it does offer a section, Levi only has to do 2 turns, maybe a 2-turn combo, 1 big re-entry and a massive hammer shut if it's a right that allows it. But what isn't in his favor, Kuiper, is the tides coming in. We have a 10:30 high tide. It's still a pretty large tide as well, but we may see these waves change in shape throughout this heat.
Yeah, high tide of a 6.5 this morning. And so, but the coefficient that we've seen between the high and the low tide, the difference has actually been reduced as the week's gone by. So we don't have as much of a tide swing as we did at the beginning of the week, but still there will be that tide swing. Low tide this afternoon, 458, a minus 1.4 foot. Let's take a look so far at what Jet Schilling has been able to put down, starting off here with this 6.33.
Yeah, beautiful opening carve there, throwing a lot of spray. And I think it's just the speed and the agility through these sections that are really giving Jet these scores, a 6.33 and that 7.67. That was a 6.33, and this is the bigger score. Had a great end section. So nice opening snap, staying in the pocket, in that power source, keeping the momentum down the line. You can see here another one through here, and he races down the line, and this will be a rarity today to find an end section that'll offer a critical moment, and they're really ditching the fins, and he likes it. He can feel it. When you got that much speed, Kuiper, and you're moving through an inside section, it really feels nice to unload and send the spray skyward.
As far as equipment between Levi Slauson and Jet Schilling, there is no advantage between these two. They come from the same shaper, the same board house, if you would, both riding Sharp Eye surfboards. So they have a similar advantage in that they have the same craftsman making their board. So if the board looks good on Jet and fast right now, you bet the board's going to look fast on Levi Slauson when he gets to his feet.
And that's something we've seen from Levi in the last year or so of competition, completely connected to his craft. And the guy's almost glued to his equipment in the changing conditions that we've seen through this event and also in some of the QSs throughout last year. Levi just looked like he had some mindfulness, but also just that connectivity between his mind, the waves, and his board.
Oh, look at this. A good-looking wave coming through here. Slauson with priority. Will he go right? Will he go left? He's going to choose the left here. Good-looking wave on this high tide. Banks it off the top there. Wave's going to run. He's caught on his heels for a bit. One more time, a vertical for Slauson. He's going to get the roundhouse cut back in there. Wave tapers off. Unfortunate not to have that inside connectivity or that closeout finish section.
First thing comes to mind is didn't have that dynamic end section that Jet had. This wave a little bigger, broke on the outside and missed that same part of the sandbar that Jet's broke in on. Jet's was a smaller wave, but actually hit better and it ran better. But Levi did the best he could, and that'll be a nice, at least set the tone for the heat.
Levi Slauson likely to get out of that two-wave combo with that performance right there, taking some notes. The coach, Matt Myers, on the beach, notating everything, time, and we're going to take another look at this one.
Yeah, so nice opening turn there, but here it runs away from him. When he comes around, he has to keep it tight. So a vertical foam climb there, and then runs out of water. So no real critical moments in that wave. And this is the front angle. So he did really well to fit this next turn in. Races around the section. He's on the front foot there, and then gets it high, but turns around to a roundhouse cutback, and unfortunately the wave petering out into the channel.
Yeah, a 4.5 checks in, likely because all that time caught on the heels in the whitewater. Schilling, wave number 3 for the San Clemente surfer. He's got an oncoming section, meets it, and mistimes what could have been a valuable maneuver at that time to really close the door on Levi Slauson. Slauson with that 4.5 out of that two-wave combo, but needs an extremely high score to turn this heat, needs 9.5.
Oddly enough, although that wave, once again, a little smaller, but when that drone angle was flying over the top, you could see the section coming at it. So it's still that west-northwest swell, and that's what Levi was looking for in the end of his wave. So had Levi been able to find an end bowl, exactly what Jet just hit, you'd have to think that Levi's score would have been up in that mid-range, even towards excellent, because that's where Levi's been shining on these events, finding those rebound sections. And I tell you what Jet did on that 7.67 is a lot harder than it looks. When you're carrying speed and momentum on a small wave and you're coming into a small rebound section, it's really difficult to actually handle that control from the back foot, front foot pressure and not go too hard and lose your momentum, overcook it a little bit too much. So, I mean, Jet on fire, and as you said, he looks like he's peaking on finals day.
As long as he's can keep control. However, Levi Slauson here with priority. We'll go to our Best Western fan picks. And amongst the fans, pretty evenly distributed, although Levi Slauson getting the edge. 54% of you picked Levi Slauson to win this semifinal number 1. You can get involved too. Go to worldsurfleague.com, go to the heats for the SAMBAZON World Juniors, and you can pick who you think is going to win in the semifinals for the men, and go ahead and pick who you think is going to win in the final for the women for a world title. And we'll share all of that data with our Best Western fan picks. Slauson with priority in the red jersey, patiently waiting outside, needing that excellent score of a 9.5. But Levi Slauson, numerically, and what we've seen the history in this event, has been able to put down big scores. In his quarterfinal matchup, Levi Slauson, his heat total, a 17.36. If he was to replicate what he did in that quarterfinal, he would easily win this semifinal, given that the heat total for Jet Schilling is a 14 points.
Excellent scores for Levi through 2023 were just on tap. He was able to really work out that judging criteria and pick the best waves out of each heat. And I was there for that QS win up in Morro Bay, and to be completely honest, he looked unbeatable from the very first heat. So solid on his equipment. He carried that momentum. But this is one of the first times I've seen him behind at this point in the heat. Usually he commands that control, and he has done that throughout the event. But this time he's fighting from behind.
I really think, as far as the tempo and the pace of the heat and just where it's going, it really changed at the beginning of this heat with the open priority, Jet Schilling kind of faking out Levi Slauson, fading right, then going left, getting that first number up on the board, which is, like I said, a page out of Levi's playbook, getting that early start, putting that early number and putting pressure on your competitor. Now we'll see how Levi responds, basically when he's having his own plays played upon him in this semifinal number 1.
And as we've seen throughout the event, and typically with shortboard surfing, on your backside with a fatter wave, generally a natural footer is able to go more critical because they can keep it more vertical, where Jet was more wrapping back into the pocket. So if you'd have to say in that first wave that Jet took off, if that was Levi, I think we'd be looking at a very similar score, and the advantage might be with red as opposed to with Jet right now.
Yeah. Good news for Levi Slauson in that we've extended the heat time for the men's semifinals to 35 minutes. So we've added another 5 minutes. So the clock would have been, if this was a 30-minute heat, we'd already be at the 12-minute mark, right?
Sure.
So this is actually good news for Levi Slauson that they did extend the heat times in the semifinals.
Yeah, and the priority would be coming really into play right now with Jet. He would perhaps just be trying to sell Levi on a smaller wave. And when you start getting to that 10-minute mark, that's about when you start seeing people try and consolidate their lead with some gamesmanship. And with 7.67 to 6.33, that's a hefty total considering the inconsistency of the waves that may plague us as the tide comes in. So whatever set comes in, you can't really be picky. You have to take off. And I mean, it wasn't really a mistake that Levi took off on the wave he did. It was the biggest wave of the heat. It's just unfortunate that it missed the bank.
Yeah. The support crowd on the beach. We have the local boy here, Levi Slauson, with Seaside just driving up the coast just a little bit to support Levi, as well as his coach, Matt Myers. San Clemente, and we've seen the momentum that San Clemente surf crew has had through 2023. They're carrying it on to 2024, Matt. They've come down here just as a pack. They rolled deep, and every single one of the headliners, there we go with the San Clemente squad. Griffin Colapinto, Cole Hauschman. Hey, even Dave Electric has made it down here from Steel Pulse. This is, that's the crowd. Cade Matson, and that's the energy that carried the San Clemente class onto graduating to the championship tour. Cade Matson, we're going to see him. Cole Hauschman, we're going to see him. Crosby Colapinto and Griffin Colapinto, we're all going to see them at the beginning of the year for the CT at Pipe.
Exciting times ahead for Californian surfing, and they've been, I would say, underrepresented in the last decade out there. Chloe and Dino really flying that flag. And this is the new generation, and we're about to see what these surfers are capable of on that world tour.
We used to call it the San Clemente Surfing Mafia back in the day when Dino Andino, Kolohe's dad, was in action along with Matt Archibald, Andy Flamenco, Jim Hogan. Now, Kolohe Andino, you could consider him for San Clemente. He's the godfather now. He's the guy who put all this stuff together. He's the motivation. So maybe it's the new San Clemente Surf Mafia there, and the godfather being Kolohe Andino.
And Kolohe's not sure what he's up to at the moment, but unusual that he's not here. I'm sure he's chasing a swell or having some family time himself. But he's been a real supporter with those surfers and visually supportive, being there in the sidelines for these surfers and really being there as the cheer squad on finals day for a lot of these guys.
Levi Slauson, he's in the corner right now. He needs a 9.5. It's been Jet Schilling right here so far in semifinal number 1. We'll come back with the conclusion after these messages.
Watch out, John Florence. Screenshot moment here. There's the capture. There's the poster for your wall. Iconic.
Insane.
Iconic.
Massive.
Come on.
It was dark inside that barrel.
Yep, that's right. We're going to start the year at Ehukai Beach at the Bonsai Pipeline for the Lexus Pro, presented by Yeti. Jet Schilling up and riding. He's in the lead in this heat. Just a quick couple of turns for Schilling. But as we look to that Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti, we're going to have 4 rookies from San Clemente represented in the year opener. Cade Madsen, Crosby Colapinto, Cole Hauschman, Sawyer Lindblad, and San Clemente is here also with a force, and their guy, Jet Schilling, is in the lead. I'm Kaipo along with Matt Shanaski for the call. The San Clemente Storm.
That's exactly what it is. These guys are coming in red hot with a lot of confidence. And we saw that with the Brazilian Storm. We saw that with the Australians as well. And we've seen that with the French. And we've seen that with the Filipinos as well in some of the Challenger Series, the QSs and the longboard as well. And these regions that these surfers grow up, they become a product of their environment, and they move with force when they hit these ranks. And it's up to those who can sustain it for longevity. And if they can get through a few years, generally, indication is that it's going to be about a decade. That seems to be the reign that these regions have once they get momentum.
Yeah. Speaking of the regions, Jet Schilling is on a path. He wants to join his friends on the championship tour in 2025. Schilling finishing off the Challenger Series, number 15 last year. We're already going to see him on this year's Challenger Series. What's at stake here for Jet is to have his name amongst a really impressive list of World Junior Champions and another step toward that championship tour. Talking about some of the champions that we've had here in the World Juniors: Joel Parkinson, Andy Irons, Jordy Smith, Jack Freestone, Gabriel Medina, Ethan Ewing, all of those surfers moving from a World Junior title onto success on the championship tour, and even a few world titles mixed in there.
And in a day and age where fame and having your name well known in the surf industry has never been easier thanks to social media and YouTube, blogs, actually having something like your name on a trophy and a list of champions like that means so much more if ever it did. No longer do you need to keep up with the Joneses. You've actually aligned yourself with people who have made it in surfing and have forged careers, and he's going to go down in history as a world champion.
Yeah, a valuable step in the development of professional surfing is the World Juniors. Again, World Junior, Pro Junior Surfing, 20 years and under is how you qualify. You tap out at age 21. So, and for both of these surfers, Jet Schilling as well as Levi Slauson, this is their last year in the junior ranks. So this is both of these guys' last chance at a junior world title.
And it's great experience too for when you get down to the pointy end of events in the Challenger Series. These surfers will all be competing against each other, no doubt, in the next decade. And there's the crew there. Giving a big shout out to everyone back home representing San Clemente.
San Clemente is here. And you can feel the energy that that crew brings. They ran through the Challenger Series as a group last year. Will that group and that energy run through the championship tour in 2024? That's the question. We're going to start having a look at that January 29th when things kick off at Pipe.
I really hope so, Kaipo. And we do know that the waves on tour are difficult to adapt to, but I think these surfers, all of them, well-trained, well-traveled as well, and great connections with their surfboard shapers. So when they make it on tour, I think one of the biggest differences to this San Clemente crew is it won't be a surprise, Kaipo. It's almost like they were destined to be on that tour, and once they get there, they're going to be well prepared, and they know what to expect as well.
Yeah. North America this year, 2024 for the championship tour, will have 11 surfers from North America. So there's a resurgence within North America on the championship tour. Actually, and if you count Hawaii, which is the 50th state, not part of North America, but part of the United States, that's another 9 from Hawaii. So you combine that, you have 20 surfers basically representing the USA.
Wow.
Australia, you got 12 for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Australia traditionally, which has been so dominant, and that's because of our border rider clubs. That's because of the cultural influence on surfing. And Australia was always that island nation where they were always trying to prove something. And in the last 10 years, that had kind of dwindled off a little bit. But now the advantage is with the San Clemente crew.
Just a quick slice from Jet being under priority right now, staying busy, smart. He never knows when a wave's going to really hit the bank in the right angle, the right aspect, and give him a wall and an oncoming section. So staying further in from Levi. Levi right now, man, I feel Levi's been forced to play the patient game because he needs such a big score.
Yeah, he's got to get the best wave of the heat again, and hopefully it gives him an end section tee off on and get critical. Maybe get something. I mean, he could easily go the 9.5 in one shot, but it's a pretty low percentage play right now. But trying to get something at 7s and 8s and maybe get the highest single wave of the heat. And this is a replay of Jet. So nice opening slash. And this wave, very similar to Levi's first wave, where it just fattened out as it reached the shore break, but trying to put a bit of pressure, nothing else to lose, under priority. See here, so nice power carve to start and a little foam climb. Yeah, almost identical to that first wave of Slauson. And the great crews, the great competitive crews from each region in the world. I think back to, you think about the bronzed Aussies, you think about the Australians going over to the North Shore, traveling in the mid-1970s with a real chip on their shoulder, trying to prove to everybody that they're on top. And I think back to, once again, the Australians, the Cooley crew. You think of Dean Morrison, you think of Mick Fanning, you think of Joel Parkinson. And amongst that, you had also guys living on the Gold Coast at the time. You had Mark Okalupo, Josh Kerr. You had all these surfers that were living and surfing together, free surfing together, practicing together. And that really emanated on the World Tour, the support that was visible. And you could see them in the sidelines. And that San Clemente crew are really living that right now, and they're really drawing comparisons to a little bit of that Cooley crew that was so prevalent 15 years ago.
Talked about Levi Slauson and his ability to put up big numbers. Well, Levi was able to swing that sharp eye right around. This is quarterfinal heat 1, where Levi got that quick start, an 8.53, an 8.83, 17.36 heat total for Levi, and he did not look back in this quarterfinal number 1. Big straight air for the score there. Impressive surfing. And this all happened in the first third of quarterfinal number 1.
Very similar conditions, a slight onshore, maybe just a tiny bit bigger as well. Levi's trying to channel that energy from yesterday. 5 minutes to go. It's looking like a very tall task at the moment, Kaipo.
Look at the activity between our two surfers. 1 wave ridden by Levi Slauson. By Jet Schilling, 7 waves ridden. The valuable early start for Jet Schilling, locking in those numbers, are still standing in his score line. The 6.33 was his first wave. Yeah. The 7.67 was his second wave. And it's been all Schilling in semifinal number 1 since the get-go.
And keeping in mind, it's been 30 minutes since the beginning of this heat, Kaipo, and it is really cold this morning. That water below 50 degrees, and the air temp lingering between 30 and 40 this morning. Super cold, that sand cold, and the currents in the last few days after that bigger swell. Although they're saying it's about, I think, 50 degrees water temp?
50?
I'm not sure, 55 maybe?
Yeah, about 55.
55, yeah.
Yeah, we had, because
with
of that,
the wind chill, though.
Because we had the wind chill, and remember we had the big storm front move through here as well, so that created some local upwelling.
Yeah.
So, you know...
but it's cold out there. It's sitting there for 30 minutes. It's not going to be...
The message is it has been cold. Of course, it's wintertime in California, but it has been unseasonably cold for January, although we've enjoyed beautiful sunny skies. Matt Myers now in the camp for Levi Slauson, looking probably the most stressed I've seen him throughout this whole competition. He's been pretty easygoing. His surfer's been dominant in every showing, but right now it's nervous times on the beach for Levi's support squad.
Yeah, and apart from that opening exchange, it's not like he's made too many actual mistakes or fallen or missed any good waves throughout the heat. So a tough one, but that is the beauty of competitive surfing, where the star is the waves as well, and you need to be on the best waves to put on your show. And if the waves don't come, and if you're out of position, you're not working with that variable that we call the ocean, life's going to get very tough for you in a heat scenario.
Levi looking at that one again, just says, nah, don't want it. Jet's happy to take it on the inside. Another little running left. Schilling looking smooth, keeping the rails clean. That's not going to factor into anything, but just taking a swing at it over and over again. It's going to be the 8th wave ridden for Jet Schilling.
Just trying to bait Levi into getting a smaller wave. And often in this scenario, when you're taking off on those smaller waves, it's almost like a mind game where you're trying to convince your opponent that these are the waves. There is no more sets. That's the status quo, so you better get moving. And Levi knows that he can't take off on a small wave.
Taking a look at the graphic there, and that is the unabridged version of this heat. All the wave scores highlighted are the scores in the score line, and you can see Levi just sitting on one wave, and now it's going to be desperate times for the surfer from Encinitas.
And Jet knows that a 9.5 is almost impossible on a smaller wave, and that's why he's trying to really pressure Levi into taking off on something small, because if a big one does come, it's almost a respect thing, because he knows that Levi is capable of getting a 9.5 with a major single maneuver. And a little splash of the water from Levi out there too, sensing the frustration, knowing it's going to come down to one wave.
Here he is, making a name for himself, the Brazilian, the power surfer, Leo Casal, getting ready to head out to semifinal number 2, where he'll be faced up against, you can see him in the background in the blue jersey, Jackson Bunch. That's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, an international affair there. Hawaii versus Brazil. And Leo, the unassuming, the humble, and he's got a real, I guess you'd call it a tradesman-like attitude to his career, but he's got so many fireworks that he's bringing out. I've seen him through the Challenger Series. I've seen him surfing and training in Australia, and he keeps getting better every time I see him. But one thing this event's been good for Leo is tuning in his competitive repertoire, really having a lot of opportunity with the man-on-man heats, which he hasn't been too privy with in the past, Kaipo, and it's taken him a little while to adjust to it.
Yeah, Leo was able to get on the Challenger Series last year, had underwhelming results in that Challenger Series. Leo also, you know, hasn't really broke through regionally in the South America region. He's had a little bit of success, quarterfinals in Floripa and a semifinal in the in Hang Loose Pro, but he's number 42 regionally. So for Leo Casal, a win here would be huge because he would get that invite back onto the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, the clock has run out, and Jet Schilling is into the finals. Listen to the beach.
You think you think Jet's happy with that performance? I think so.
Oh God, this is scrappy. Hey, it's so slow that this could be.
No, that's right here coming out.
Just overheard that word scrappy, but
We're gonna come back. Semi-final. Number 2 will be in the water. Jackson Bunch, Leo Casal, when we return to Oceanside to the SAMBAZON World Junior Champs, hosted by Best Western.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts and by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Welcome back, and San Clemente is raising up Jet Schilling into the finals and at the precipice of a World Junior title. Congratulations from the support crew there on the beach for Jet Schilling. He was stunning in semifinal number 1, where everything went Jet's way. Semifinal number 2, out in the water. Leo Casal coming up against Jackson Bunch. 2 goofy footers, 2 exciting surfers. One of them will make it into the final to face off against Jet Schilling. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Matt Shanoski, the Waxhead, Jackson Bunch up and riding. Taking on this right-hander. Smooth surfing for the Maui surfer. Nice rhythm through a series of turns on the backhand. And Jackson is able to soft shoe his way right into the shore break. So Jackson Bunch already busy in this semifinal number 2. I feel he saw what happened in semifinal number 1, and you know, he came out with a strategy, get on waves right away.
Absolutely. A great indication of his intention out there right now, Jackson Bunch, but great technique as well. We didn't see many or any right-handers surfed in that last heat. So Jackson identifying some opportunity wherever it may lie. So this is that right there. This is the most recent wave from Jackson. Nice opening Machado-esque carve there. Great technique where he goes vertical, 2 hits. Here, gets a little stuck. The momentum falls behind the whitewash a little bit, but there's more on the end, and it's good that he stayed with it because he telegraphed this inside section and finishes really strong. And that'll be a great score for Jackson.
This is what happened during the break. This is Jackson's first wave, Matt, a 6.5.
Nice opening carve there and another setup carve back into the whitewater. And building momentum, series of cutbacks. And as he drives into the inside section, 5 turns, staying really busy, 6 turns, and he's out of there.
Yeah, to clarify, that was a 6.5 opener. Here we go with Leo Casal. This is a 3.67. This also happened during the break.
Yeah, this strong goofy footer goes for a little reverse spin, small wave, and just the single turn there.
So what we have right now is almost a replay of semifinal number 1.
Yeah.
Jackson Bunch with a quick start, putting on 14 points already, and now Jackson can just surf under the priority and apply more pressure to Leo Casal. I mean, Matt, it's the same story just happened.
Exactly the same. Yeah.
Jackson with the quick start, and he's got Leo in a combination needing 2 waves of 14 points. Let's hear from Jet Schilling. He's in the final, Rosie.
Good vibes, good energy here on the beach for you, Jet. What does that do for you when you head out into the competition, having all your friends and family support on the beach?
Oh yeah, I get the chills for sure. It's like, oh shit, like all these guys are here, I gotta perform in front of them. They're all on the CT, so it's like, yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
And you're into the final. You said you didn't come here to get second on the first day of competition 4 days ago. What is it going to take this thing out?
Smart heat strategy and good surfing and passion.
Anything you're going to change going into the final?
Yeah, just better heat strategy, better heat, wave selection, and shout out to my guy Eli Hanneman. He gave me a nuts text last night saying I didn't have enough passion and stuff, so and he was right. I didn't have enough passion, and that's what I was missing.
And Leo or Jackson, who would you prefer to go against in the final?
Just whoever wins. Probably Jackson, just because he's a good friend, and I'd love to battle against him.
Keep the momentum alive, Jet. We'll love to see you in that final with a lot of passion and aggression. Send it back to you guys.
There you go. Jackson Bunch up and riding again. Looking smooth on the Minami surfboard. Clean rails, quick surfing, able to negotiate this shore break section on the inside, looking to better his 6.5, but Jackson took the notes from Jet, and he's just staying busy out there.
Love that passion from Jet Schilling, and it's a really nice message from Eli. And you can sense that sometimes when you're tuning into the broadcast. You can sense it with the post-heat interviews. The body language, which we talk about, is so important. The judges pick up on that as well, and that's something that he really showcased in that last heat. And here goes Bunch here. Nice opening slashing turn there, and another one in the pocket, gouging cutback. And this one just struggling on the inside, but he makes up for it for a nice little hit to finish. Not sure if we better that 6.5, but some great signs, passionate signs there from Jackson Bunch.
This was a 6.73, Matt. This happened during that interview with Leo.
So the first two turns, a little setup, but that one, a little more ferocity and power. And Leo, we know, super strong back foot surfer, and here ramps up on the inside, and look at the water he displays on this one. Really hammers the end section shut. Well deserved, 6.73.
The 6.73 was really good for Leo, but coming out of this 6.73, last wave ridden for Jackson Bunch, an 8.43. An 8.43 for Jackson. He has increased his heat total. Let's check out the numbers right now for that last wave from Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, I look forward to getting another replay of that one, because that first turn, we were cropped on the camera, Kaipo. Great technique. But what we lose on the camera sometimes is that expansive view of just how big a turn is in context to the length of the wave and the disparity of what's around him. And I think what the judges were amazed with the speed that Jackson carried in the first 2 turns, which they've loved the critical nature of maneuvers throughout this event.
Bunch again, just under priority. He got the note to stay busy out there, and he's doing just that. But he has been building upon his scoreline throughout this heat, down to 26 minutes, and he's already got 15.93 two-wave total. Take another look at
angle.
this 8.43, Matt.
Yeah, so that first turn, jamming it in the pocket, and another one in the pocket, wrapping that one around. So, and this inside section, another tap on the inside section, and all the points coming from that first 2-turn combo.
Found the right part of the bank there for some steepness on the takeoff in these high tide conditions, and took advantage of that, getting up into the lip a couple of times. And basically right now, Jackson Bunch with an excellent heat total, 15.93. Of course, technically a 16-point heat total is an excellent heat total, but that's close enough for me. Jackson Bunch going excellent.
Yeah, all the judges going excellent. So the high of an 8.5 and a low of an 8. So unanimous across the board. And it's the steep sections that the judges have identified, because there's a very flat bank out there right now. In fact, it's a little more almond shaped. So to find one with a little more hollow nature, see that one is a little softer, and it's just almond shaped, where that left that he caught opened up, cupped open. So really performing and making the wave the star. Saw Sierra Kerr do that yesterday for an excellent heat total, one of the best of the events, where it was a wave that just kept on giving. It cupped open, and she really capitalized on the outside section.
Now look at the angle right now of this swell. You can see that the rights, they're going a little bit out to sea.
Yeah.
The lefts are coming into the bank and perhaps offering a little bit steeper face. And you can really, it's illustrated in this shot by the swell angle that's in play currently.
And they're on the condensed high tide sandbar. We've seen throughout the week, all the viewers that are tuning in, they will know that on lower tide, the waves actually break almost to the outside of the screen on the right-hand side. They break on an outer bar. And although the tide gets lower, it doesn't always get more hollow. And that's a testament to how good this sandbar is. It holds throughout the whole tide. It's been holding wind. Now, as the tide starts to drop later today, we will see the bar down the line actually offer an end section for the rights. So throughout the days, we've seen the rights get better and the lefts almost dissipate. We'll have to wait and see what happens in this heat, but so far the lefts look to be the advantage. And a lot of waves ridden from Jackson as well. Similar to that last heat once again. Seven wave total so far for Bunch, but Leo, knowing he's going to be patient, a lot more strength in his surfing in terms of his stocky body shape, where Jackson a little more nimble and a little more, I guess you could say, petite in build, but able to leverage his body shape in the smaller waves and hop and pop over the sections, where Leo's waiting for those bigger waves so he can really incorporate his power game.
And it was really, to me, both of these surfers were really obvious as going to be favorites. Day 2, we were asked the question, you know, on air, we were asking our audience, hey, who do you think are your favorites? And I listed off Joel Vaughn, Levi Slauson, Leo Casal, and Jackson Bunch.
Oh, there you go.
So, so to me, you know, early on in the competition, these guys were easy picks across the entire field, and it has eventuated into that.
Yeah.
Apologies to Jet Schilling, I didn't have him on my picks, but I only have so many picks. But regardless, you know, Jackson Bunch, as well as Leo Casal and Levi Slauson, have put on great shows. We know already about the talent of Jet Schilling. He's ahead in his years, if you would, in that he already had a great year on the Challenger Series, nearly qualified for the championship tour with the rest of his crew. He's going to come out firing Jet Schilling. In the Challenger Series, he's going to be one of the top seeds going into 2024. Now, Matt, you add a junior world title onto his shoulders. he's really going to be coming in with some ammo.
Absolutely, and people will have taken notice. That's the other thing. When you have a world title next to your name, whether it's any type of world title, and you're in the limelight, and people will be aware of what you're capable of. And that can also add to some nerves, Kaipo, because they know your game.
Yeah. Leo with priority. Needs a big score. He's going to take this left. Casal. Strong snap there. Hard bottom turn. And throwing the fins. Ooh. Goes into revert. Spins it around. So showing some power. You can see the contrast between the soft shoe and the light-footedness of Jackson Bunch and just the power push of Leo Casal.
And I love it because Leo's board makes him surf to his body shape and in the pocket. He's swiveling like Jet, but a different type of body shape. So he doesn't have that connection between his ankles, knees, hips, and upper body. It's his whole body moving, and that's the advantage of a shorter, stockier frame. And you have a look at this. This is the wave here of Leo. With a little glitch there in that replay. We'll go back to that, but he's able to put himself completely into the lip like that. Loses a bit of speed on that first turn. Nice turn, set up for the second, and nice cool slide on the end. But the first indication to me is it wasn't as cupped out, as hollow as Jackson's wave. But great surfing nonetheless, good technique. See that, lose that momentum a little bit with the tail drift. And this one, just a nice little bit of progression there and rides out with some speed. So that'll feel good at this point in the heat.
On his way out, finds a right, gets disengaged. That will not factor into anything. We're still waiting for that score for the left. Jackson Bunch looking right. Vert. And Jackson notices where Leo is on the paddle back out. Jackson knows he's in the lead. Now he's racing to get back to the peak and establish priority and heat control. Smart surfing. Yeah, smart surfing by Jackson Bunch.
For sure. And I love that little, he had a little look and a little whip around. It looked like a Machado pull out. You know, he used to do that sort of look back, kick out. But you could also see, once again, Leo on a right, Jackson on a right. You can see the difference between the two styles. And that's what we love about surfing. It can be interpreted in so many different ways. And we all have so many different advantages in our surfing. We don't all have to have the same body shape. First thing I ask the surfers when they're young, up and coming, who are their favorites? It's always a good indication if they've picked role models and they've picked surfers that they could maybe model themselves off, and it always helps if they're the same body shape as well.
That's true. So the score for Leo Casal, a 6.6, drops in. He still has the same requirement of a 9.2. Jackson Bunch in the lead with priority and heat control to the Maui boy. Wave coming through here. He's now going. After this semifinal, we will go into our women's final. And we just got word from Tours and Competitions in regard to the women's final. The women's final is going to be a 40-minute final. So we've tacked on another 5 minutes to the heats. We extended these semifinals to 35 minutes. Going into the finals, 40-minute finals. Is good news, Matt?
Absolutely. And I think with that incoming tide, that 40 minutes is going to allow the surfers to really pick the eyes out of the lineup, wait for the better sets, and ultimately put on a better show and have equal opportunity to perform here at Oceanside, where the sandbar's just been phenomenal throughout the event so far. Almost no closeouts all event.
This is true. Yeah. As we see, we're flying by the wonderful ocean town of Oceanside, California, the northernmost town here in San Diego County, the North Shore of San Diego. And thank you again to Visit Oceanside for all of the hospitality that has been rolled out here. It's been a wonderful stay, and it's been a wonderful competition. Competition continues. Jackson Bunch in the lead, in the driver's seat, semifinal number 2. We'll see what happens after this break. SAMBAZON has partnered with Murph Electric Bikes to bring 2 lucky winners this one-of-a-kind custom collaboration SAMBAZON and Murph Electric Bike. You don't want to miss out on this over $3,500 prize package, including 3 months of SAMBAZON acai packets, acai bowls, SAMBAZON branded Yeti coolers and drinkware, an e-bike of your dreams. Scan the QR code right now to enter. If you're here in Oceanside, go to the SAMBAZON booth, enter up, and you have a chance to win those dream electric bikes, courtesy of Murph and SAMBAZON. By the way, you got till Sunday, 11:59 a.m. to enter. So that promotion will run through tomorrow. Jackson Bunch, under priority, just staying busy out there as we return to action here in semifinal number 2. Kuiper Girl, Matt Shanowski on the call. Jackson Bunch with an outstanding heat so far. Near excellent heat total of 15.93. Leo Casal, the Brazilian, needing a high score of a 9.2 to turn the heat. There's our compound, and there's the beautiful city of Oceanside.
I think Leo's going to have to look for basically a 13-minute heat now. Reset, he's had 2 great 6-point rides, but I think he's capable of more. Just a matter of if he can regain some momentum, get 2 more waves. I don't think it's going to have to be the biggest wave, Kaipo, as we've seen. Not only the largest waves of the sets haven't always been the best scoring waves, but thinking back to Jet, Jet had 6 turns on one wave, but it was his last turn that was really the one with a bit of emphasis. So if he can tee off on something, and there are waves coming, something that'll give him that end section to really showcase that power game, I feel like he can crawl his way back into this heat, reduce that requirement, perhaps maybe an 8 or a 7.2 to make it all possible in one more wave.
Here you can see a line coming through here, and both surfers scrambling. Casal in the red jersey does have priority. Let's see if he can position himself, and caught out of position both of the surfers.
There's that one of those set waves that does fatten out Kaipo. So although it was the bigger wave, it doesn't offer too much scoring opportunity at this point because it is missing that shallow part of the sandbar. And Leo making his way back in again. As you can see, they paddled out to chase that set wave. And the difference really being the agility of Jackson to be able to swivel through those critical sections and identifying the steep part of the wave where Leo hasn't, once again, made many mistakes, but it's just that wave selection, trying to find a wave that cups out just a little bit more.
Zoe Benedetto, the Floridian, getting ready for her final where she'll be matched up against Sierra Kerr. Zoe thinking, I'm ready to surf, and the camera's been on me for a long time. There you
Caught us singing as well.
Hey, good mindset,
Absolutely,
right?
great.
You're one of you. Wax said you wear a ton of different hats, from a longboarder to a big wave charger, but you also, another hat that you wear is as a coach.
Yeah.
So how important is that to see a surfer with a with a light shoulders going into a final?
And actually just moving your body to the beat, because ultimately that's what you're doing on the board. You're actually adapting to the waves, and the waves are your canvas, but if you're feeling mobile and you're singing, you're feeling lighthearted and even lightheaded at times, and you're tuned in to the moment, and you're taking your mind off the task and just putting your body in the moment. It's the best recipe, I feel, but everyone has their own preparation. Some people are more analytical. They'll sit there a bit stoic, admiring the conditions, listening to the scores, and start seeing if there's a change in criteria or any indication. But others, they're flowy and they'll like to get moving, and whether they're Brazilian and they enjoy dancing to the music. I had one girl that I coached who would actually listen to hip hop and rap music in Portuguese and rap to it, and you couldn't hear the music, but you could hear her rapping, and there'd be no sound.
That's right. Jackson Bunch, we asked him, what does he listen to before he gets ready when he's amping up for a heat? Jackson, a country music fan.
Classic.
So he listens to country music. Maybe some Old Dominion.
Well, the other thing about country music is always fairly grounding as well. And I feel like it's a humble genre of music. And if you're about to go paddle out in a heat, it's always nice to feel grounded and feel present as well. And take the task at hand, you know, toiling, hard working, about to go out there and do your job.
Gasol with priority. Chooses this right. Powerful bottom turn. Extending through those top turns. Wave steepens up a bit for Leo. Oh. Meanwhile, Jackson Bunch tosses the fins out the back, goes into reverse, continues smoothly in transition. Clean rails on the inside here. Looks for a finish, throws the fins again in the finish.
Wow.
The body language tells me that Jackson Bunch likes the feel of that wave, maybe extending his lead over Leo Gasol.
Yeah, getting the pick out of those waves of Jackson Bunch. You can just see rapid fire, ditching the fins. A really explosive attack on that wave, engaging the rail, carrying that momentum. First thing came to mind was major maneuvers in the critical section of the wave. I'm not going to be surprised if that one gets close to excellent or even above.
Yeah. Jackson's been busy out there, by the way. That was Jackson's 10th wave ridden in this heat. So we're waiting for a score for Leo. We're waiting for a score for Jackson. Back to live action here with Leo. Sticking to this right-hander down the beach. Really one of his strengths is the power that he's able to put into those backhand carves. So now we're going to wait for 2 waves for Leo. 1 wave for Jackson to set the situation here under 8 minutes on the countdown.
Yeah, those longer lefts that Jackson caught were great. That right, unfortunately not giving as much dynamic option for maneuvers as the left was.
Yeah, we had a shot of the Oceanside Pier, the West Coast's longest wooden pier. 1,942 feet long. Just one of the trivia and one of the landmarks here in beautiful Oceanside. Jackson Bunch. Quick turn there and a kick out. That's going to be his 11th wave ridden in this 35-minute semifinal.
And we're talking about music before. Hip-hop and country couldn't be any further away from each other. You know, hip-hop, rap, typically it's, you know, they're talking about themselves. They're talking about their situation. And
I'm a hip-hop head, so when I got to mellow out, I listen to country music because it gets a little bit much on you. Here we go.
Well, we don't know the score,
Sierra Kerr, the Aussifornian, part Australian, part Californian, in all action as she comes up for a world title in the upcoming women's final. It would be just another accolade and something that will stamp her name in surf history if she's able to do that in that women's final.
And you know what? Having mum there to put your hair in a ponytail, that's something that her mum would have done quite literally thousands of times in the last 1.5 decades. And there'd be something soothing about that. Those hands pulling your hair back, something that's been happening since you're 3-4 years old, going to school, all the big occasions.
Yeah.
Graduating or other events and about to go on holidays or go hang out with your grandparents or something. But, you know, not that I have hair that I can mention about, but I can imagine that'd be such a grounding feeling.
Yeah. Well, feeling pretty happy right now is Jackson Bunch because he's going to hear that his last long left was an 8.2 as we take a look at Zoe Benedetto walking up the beach to paddle out next to the pier to take the fast way out. But Jackson Bunch in this semifinal number 2 has just increased the need for Leo Gasol. Gasol needs a near perfect 9.9.
Almost in combination, but Leo has been knocking on the door. Another 6.6 for that last one. That long right-hander. But it's the innovative Jackson Bunch who's finding the critical sections, and he's been able to really choose the right maneuvers, carry that momentum, and some explosion through his turns and really dropping our jaws at certain times. Not that Leo hasn't, he just hasn't had those critical moments.
Jackson ultra busy in this semifinal. 11 waves ridden for the surfer from Maui, from Paia, Maui. And Jackson is looking good right now to meet Jet Schilling in the final, unless something absolutely miraculous happens for Leo Casal. He does have priority, so...
Hey, we've seen stuff, and Leo in himself, he got through that round of 16. He got through the quarters, and he got through the semis by being very smart with his priority. He knows the game, and at 4 minutes to go, the tables have turned, and what will Leo do? Will he play some gamesmanship and maybe try and get into a little bit of a priority scuffle, go back to that gamesmanship and maybe force an interference? We've seen it happen before.
Yeah, I mean...
From Hawaiians and Brazilians as well.
It's in the rule book. Another conversation, Jet Schilling, in his heat total, 14 points for a spot in the final, Matt. Jackson Bunch, his heat total, 16.63, an excellent heat total. Does that give Jackson an advantage looking forward to the men's final?
Absolutely. The conditions have changed. But I think if Levi's looking at this heat now, he's going, where are all these waves when I was out there? He didn't have many opportunities to tee off, and Jet kept really busy, but not a lot of those waves were as dynamic and as big as what we've seen in this heat.
Yeah, to your point, we expect the waves to continue to transform as the tide will continue to fill in this morning. We're nearly at the high tide mark right now. So we'll see how the playing field changes when we look forward to the finals. One thing we know for sure, the finals will be 40 minutes, so ample time for both the men and the women. There we go, 9:47 a.m., a 6.5 high tide. Local time right now is 9:44. So basically, we are at the high tide mark right now.
And the waves still keep coming, but often right on that peak of high tide, we'll see a lull. That 40-minute final is an indication of what's coming up next. You know, when you're right there at the bottom of the tide, Kaipo, and you're right there at the top of the tide, it's always a little bit of a bummer when you found your location, you're out there surfing, and you are at the peak of one of those tides, and often it's a 10-minute break.
Yeah. And to your point, I think most of the morning, with this big incoming tide, there is a little bit of a tide push that has helped us out. So it's kind of getting over this gray area right here.
Yeah.
I feel waves should improve when the tide starts drawing.
Yeah.
Right now, from this point on, the water should be receding off this sandbar, making it shallower and making the sandbar more evident for the waves to break on.
Yeah, and interesting to note, we've seen a lot of little river stones lining the shore, and that's something that hasn't been evident for many years. Apparently, back in the 60s when they were building the breakwall down the beach, those stones were littering the lineup. That was very common, and they've been upwelled from the biggest swell that we've had. But this sandbars actually stood pretty stoic throughout the swell, and it has been around for about 2 months. It's amazing that it's still here after what California had just experienced 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, there was a point here in San Diego in the early 2000s that there was actually sand replenishment programs in which there was both dredging for sand and sand getting trucked into a lot of these beaches. So the beaches and the coastline continues to change, whether it's through natural erosion of large swells or, you know, man-made, man-enhanced beaches in which sand's either imported or dredged onto. So, yeah, interesting fact there.
And sometimes the sand that they are dropping off is from rivers.
Yeah.
And that type of viscosity of the sand, it reacts differently to what is the natural sand flow, and it can stay there for a long time, or sometimes it can last over one night.
This is the last chance for Leo Casal. He needs a 9.9. The Brazilian goofy foot needs to surf his heart out on this wave. Slow start, slopey wave, frustration and defeat for Leo Casal. He feels it, he knows it, clocks off, and it's going to be Jackson Bunch meeting Jet Schilling in our men's final. Look at the numbers for Jackson Bunch. Excellent. Giant numbers for the surfer from Paia, Maui.
Great battle from those two surfers, camaraderie as well.
Looking forward to finals, and we'll take a look at, you know, exactly how Jackson and Jet got to these men's finals. Here's our brackets, Matt. Jackson Bunch had to overcome an on-fire Joel Vaughn. Just defeated Leo Casal into the final. Jet Schilling had to take on Ryan Kainalu, who was another Brazilian threat, as well as taking down Levi Slauson.
You look at that. You look at that lineup that those guys came through, and both Jet and Jackson were the unassuming victors, you'd have to say, today, and they're going to be in the final.
Women's final, speaking of finals, on the way next, right after this break.
Well, it's our first final of the event here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, and it's the women out there in just beautiful morning conditions in Oceanside, California. Mitchell Salazar with the former CT surfer Rosie Hodge. Rosie, during the break, our first wave ridden, non-stop action by Sierra Kerr, a 7.83 here.
Well, she said she wasn't going to change much going into the final, but that she really wanted to up the ante in her surfing. Sierra, much like the semi-final, just starting with that solid number that she built to much success. So exciting. The finals, it's here, it's on.
Yeah, and it's the U.S. versus Australia. Zoe Benedetto in the red from Palm City, Florida, faced up against a second-generation professional surfer in Sierra Kerr. The two most consistent surfers in the event, Rosie. And you can see right there, it's glassy, beautiful morning conditions, and what has been one of the most consistent breaks on the west coast of the U.S. since the start of surfing right here in Southern California. There's Zoe on screen. She's been really coming into her own throughout the junior rankings in a 5-day period. Rosie makes it into the final. Her partner, Reed Platenius, also in the event, being coached by Ryan Simmons. Hasn't really broken through with a standout performance so far. She's looking for that in the final against Sierra.
Yeah, and just, you know, she's gone through the round. She's put on some solid performances, but like you said, she's been a steady performer, but let's see if she can spike and peak here in the final.
And there's the score, the opener for Sierra Kerr in the semifinals, Rosie. She dropped an 8.67 in the first few minutes, gets a 7.83. 3 judges actually saying that was excellent surfing, went all the way up to an 8.5. The way she is just riding this confidence right now seems unbeatable, but every immovable object usually comes up against an unstoppable force. I think that could easily be the case for these 2 young surfers out there right now.
Yeah, it has been so impressive watching the level. I mean, we had some very young contestants in the draw, and they just were super impressive. Zoe, she would be considered a veteran.
No doubt. And the older out of the 2, by the way, 18 years of age on average finals day out of the 4 surfers, maybe 17 and a half years old. You had a 16-year-old Sierra Kerr in the final. She's leading. Let's go downstairs. We got another finalist on the glass, Matt with Jackson Bunch.
We've referenced excellent surfing of Sierra Kerr yesterday, and someone who's on fire today with the sun coming out, everyone just thawing out right now. Jackson, how was it out there?
It was fun. There's not too many waves in the heat before, so I expected for a little bit more waves and got lucky, got some fun ones, and it's finally a bit warmer. It was so cold this morning.
Now, your waves cupped out. They looked kind of hollow. You scored you did some excellent surfing, of course, but the waves really helped you there. Did you sit further in than Jet and Levi, or did you just sit wherever you felt like the waves are going to go?
I mean, it's so hard out there. The tide's peaking, and I just was trying to see a peak coming in and get to it, and lucky thing, those waves cupped out and got the good waves, and I was stoked.
And what's the preparation this morning and last night? Did you take an early night, or what did you do to get ready? Did you think we're going to be on?
Yeah, I thought they would be on hold, but I'm pretty stoked they're going. I mean, get this done early, yeah. But yeah, yesterday we went and watched Sierra Kerr's movie. It was super sick. Got all psyched up to surf today and came down early. It was chilly. It was 36 degrees, and just waited for the call. Once they called it on, I got in the water for a few waves and came in, warmed up, and ready for my heat.
Well, the surfer in the blue singlet just locked in a great score. I think I'm just looking out there, and Sierra paddling back out. So channeling maybe what you did in that heat. We're going to see you coming up in that final. But right now, we're going to go back into live action.
Thank you, Matt, and best of luck to Jackson Bunch. Just seems confident, Rosie. Very happy with his performances, too. He went excellent and really made a statement right there in the semis.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun final matched up with Jet Schilling. But Jackson, on that board that he's been riding, I think since the round of 16. So, yeah, he's looking dangerous as we watch Sierra Kerr backing up that 7.83 with this left-hander. Haven't seen too many left from Sierra, but this one's really nice. The way she tucks in that back knee and gets low to the deck of her surfboard. Got this little rebate on the inside section, so squeezing the juice out of that wave. And Zoe's opener here. Good to see her get to her feet. I'm sure she's hearing the cheers from the Sierra Kerr camp. That was really nice, that stab off the top. Well, Zoe said that she's kind of gone through the motions and gone through the heat without doing her best surfing. That wave definitely seems to be one that is looking sharp.
Yeah, and that was on the same peak, too, so splitting it, both Zoe and Sierra. 32 minutes to go. A great exchange right there. Sierra hadn't gone left too much, as you had just said, Rosie. Refreshing, to say the least, to see a different perspective of her surfing. 7.83 on her opening right, but it's going to be a great answer back by Zoe Benedetto right here on her opening ride. And also recovered priority just in time over Sierra 2, which could be a huge factor at the end of this final. And it's an 8-point ride for Florida's Zoe Benedetto. Combination of major maneuvers and a response by Sierra Kerr, 7.4. Just a fantastic start to this women's final here. As Sierra on the inside throws the tail around, pulls the reverse. That was cool, and a big element of progression and innovation in this surfing here. Wave kind of flattens out on the inside, looking to improve on a 7.4. Rosie, Sierra could potentially improve on the 7 right now, but realistically, in 9 minutes, We're in a junior event. The oldest surfer in the final is just only 18. How many events have you been a part of, either competing or doing the broadcast, where you've seen the first 3 waves of the final and the worst score is a 7.4?
This is intense. I love that answer back from Zoe, but I'm so enthralled with this maneuver. She was able to do that reverse off the bat. I mean, talk about high-risk maneuver on a softer section. Sierra is, like I said, she's barely broken a sweat to make it into this final, even though she's been dropping in excellence. It's nice to see her even just lean on her strengths, and just the footwork there too. She's trying to make it look as clean as possible as she regathers herself and goes down the line, gets in that last maneuver.
And then the 8-point ride here from Benedetto. A couple of great turns on the outside, Rosie.
Beautiful swoop there. This turn just stabs it up into the lip. A lot of height on this wave, so with that bigger size there's a bit more pushback, and that power is just allowing her to do big statement individual maneuvers.
Her hair was still dry when she caught that wave too. Didn't want to duck dive. Mentioned in her interview this morning that she said it was very cold. Was in the very first heat of finals day. And with just under 30 minutes to go, Rosie, trailing Sierra, needing a 7.36. Kerr did improve slightly, a 7.53, which, you know, in the big picture of the final, those small and minute details go a long way. A 7.36 attainable by Benedetto, but I think just the maturity that we're seeing from these 2 young surfers out there in the water, it's very recognizable.
Get her feet back in place to drive
There's
a little
Aaron
bit more
with
harder
her
to get around
young
the
puppy.
section, and then also fit in one more turn.
She's sitting in the Sierra Kerr camp.
And Aaron Brooks lost a very close quarterfinal matchup against Sol Aguirre yesterday. Still a lot of smiles for her. We're going to see on the Challenger Series, did requalify by being within the top 10. And just looking at the field, the depth of talent, Rosie, ranging all the way from 15 to 20 years of age here at the juniors. The sky truly the limit for a lot of these young surfers.
Excellent.
As we have a look at Sierra's father, Josh. He's got the backup board ready to go just in case. High pressure situations, Rosie, and people have really committed to being on the best waves at the right time, analyzing the situation in a given moment with high leverage situations and impactful ones too. An 8.0 to start things off by Zoe Benedetto. You've been in these kind of positions before where you've had to handle the pressure in big moments, maybe the biggest moment of their career too. It's almost incomprehensible how difficult it is to be able to compete at this level and still have almost 30 minutes to go and try to improve on 2 great scores. Kerr again, and she is just lightning quick, Rosie. A lot of great activity on this one, and just another stellar finish on the inside right there by Sierra Kerr. She cannot put a foot wrong out there right now in the first 13 minutes.
Well, every time that she's caught a wave, she's incrementally increased her scoring, her score line. So we'll see how that one factors in the context of the heat, but also just catching waves underneath that priority of Zoe. It really, that's where you start to play the mind game of applying that pressure. Zoe's out there. She's waiting for another wave. She's dropped in the high mark, the 8.0 in this heat, but it's still, you know, she's at the moment, Sierra's surfing circles around her by catching all of these waves and being very active. Sierra, beautiful first turn, lots of speed down the line, carves into that face. So those 2 turns right there, already looking good to improve her situation. Meets that oncoming section. 3 turns there. I really like the look of all of them. I'm wondering, well, I just looked at the scoreline. She's going to improve, and you're going to read out the number. But I am just, continually in awe of what she's able to produce. Huge moment for her to win a World Junior title, and she's wanting to slam the door shut.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. It's a 9-point ride by Sierra Kerr, and in a commanding spot right now in the final with 26 minutes to go.
And, you know, I think the judges really probably went back, referenced the 8.0 and they recognized Sierra got the finish on that wave. She did two big maneuvers on the opening sections and then finished it off. You have to go higher than the 8.0 from Zoe, where she did a couple turns but didn't get a finish. She kicked out midway through the wave.
A 9.5 thrown out there by the judges, Rosie. An 8.5 to low. The average comes through as a 9-point ride. Getting something in the mid-excellent. You talk about getting something in the upper excellent. We really haven't seen too many scores get up into the high 9s. What do you got to do? I mean, getting that 9 right there, speed, power, flow, the three major elements of the judging criteria. But overall, the minute and minuscule details that you've been seeing throughout the event, the inclusion of progression, the subtle details when it comes to innovation. A lot of people only think of airs when it comes to progress and innovation within surfing. You can also do it on rail. I actually had a good chat with head judge Bill Seitz last night. He was so focused on the 817 that Joel Vaughn had the other afternoon. He was like, I was almost bummed out that wasn't highlighted a little bit more, because usually you see an excellent score, a single maneuver with an air. We saw it with a turn on that one by Joel.
And I feel like, you know, in the last 5 years, the most progression that we have seen is actually on the rail. When you look at the technique of Ethan Ewing and what he's able to do, when you look at the big turns that Carissa is doing, John at Margaret River, to me, that core power on the rail is definitely something that's evolved and just gone to a whole new level. I mean, Felipe Toledo at lowers, obviously he's got the air game, but the rail surfing and the technique and all of that is where surfing has come a long way.
And you see the Best Western fan picks right there, Rosie. 60% in favor of Sierra Kerr, 40% in the favor of Zoe Benedetto. Real close. And it's almost like a lot of people forget that having those three major elements, the SPF, as Matt was mentioning a few heats ago, speed, power, flow, they almost seem like a lot of people tend to try to go away from them too much when you try to add in progress and innovation. Those are three still the major key factors to great and excellent surfing.
I'd like to add a fourth, I think, variety. Because when I'm looking at what Sierra's doing, it's like a premeditated thing where she's going through her maneuvers, and each one that she selects, she wants to show something different. And that's a key point of separation.
And I think that's why Ethan really prevailed at lower trestles. Every turn was a little bit different. I mean, when he came up against Griffin Colapinto, and we were there during that matchup, the beach, 95% of the people were in favor of Griffin. I mean, fully just covered when it came to supporting the local boy. As soon as he lost, the beach went entirely quiet. And I think that's a big attribute to what we saw in the rail surfing and the big element of variation, as you're mentioning, with the progress on rail by Ethan Ewing.
Definitely. It's, looking forward to this season. And then this is like a little warm-up. This is kind of the conclusion of the 2023 junior season with this crowning of the world champ. And yeah, we've got so much to look forward to this year. I mean, Sierra, she's probably going to be full on the Challenger Series. Zoe, the same thing, trying to get that spot. But I feel like this next generation of women, I mean, what is Sierra going to do to the championship tour once she's on there with one of her good friends, Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, winning a world title as one of that next generation?
And every generation should be better than the previous one. I think it was in Bustin' Down the Door, both Ian Cairns and Rabbit Bartholomew were talking about what they brought during the 70s. You saw the 80s progress. Dinky Aloha, we saw really riding the barrel a lot differently at Pipeline that they had normally seen in the 70s. And the one person that kind of goes under the radar when it came to progress in that era was Mark Richards. I mean, he won 4 world championships in an era that was dominated by Australian surfers. And the one person that was just really quiet the entire time and just kind of going unnoticed, but ended up winning most of the events, was MR. Now you transition into a more current period. Caroline Marks had to take some time off from the championship tour, reset, and it was very beneficial to her, Rosie. She ended up being a world champion in a setting that we've only seen for 3 years now. at what is now considered her home break, maintaining a level head in a high-pressure situation with a lot of eyeballs on you. We've seen a big progress when it comes to female competition.
Definitely, and that's a big component of it, is how you handle the competitive mindset, how you carry yourself in these heats. And you can tell people that just enjoy that personal challenge. Like when I speak to Sierra, you can tell that the wheels are turning and she's like thriving in this competitive setting. I'm sure before this year started and got underway, you know, you think about the big picture goals for her, this would have been written down in bold, like I want to win a World Junior title.
And I think that's why Griffin actually had so much success last year. Both him and Crosby were journaling things before the start of the year, during every event, every single day of competition they had on both the Challenger Series and the CT respectively. And the same thing could be applying to Zoe Benedetto. She's been one of the first people on the beach every morning, has a couple of great people in her corner today. We saw Ryan Simmons and Brett Simpson, two guys from North Orange County, just about an hour and a half away, giving her some awesome advice on how to approach a situation like this, and opening up with an excellent score, which is very difficult to do, especially in a final when you've already seen a lot of different rounds, a lot of different styles and elements of the criteria. Now needs an 8.84. This heat not even close to being over, Rosie, and that is an attainable score by the standards we're seeing out there.
Just under 19 minutes to go, so we only just sub halfway through this heat, so plenty of time for Zoe. She opened up with the 8. She can just wait for that wave.
And it's been the consistent Sierra Kerr who has been dominating each and every heat. She's out in the lead right now over Zoe Benedetto. Still 19 minutes to go here at the SAMBAZON World Juniors.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, is brought to you by Nissan Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. By Original Sprout, official personal care product of the WSL North America. By Tractor Beverage Co., organically farmed beverages. And by Visit Oceanside, San Diego's North Shore.
Halfway through the final at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. It is the surfer from the Gold Coast of Australia in the blue jersey, Sierra Kerr, leading over Florida's Zoe Benedetto. Zoe does have priority, needing an 8.84 to move up into first place. Mitch and Rosie here with 16 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Rosie, we were talking about just the incredible virtue of a lot of these young surfers to be able to capitalize on few opportunities during a lot of heats that have been a little slower than others. But Sierra Kerr, though, the consistency has mattered a lot when it comes to those big heats. She's caught 4 waves, Rosie, in the first 24 minutes of this final. Her lowest score out of those 4, a 7.4. Also throwing away a 7.53 as a potential backup.
Yeah, she's on. Like, the consistency in that scoring, and it really is just a continuation of what she's been doing in this event.
Yeah, and she hasn't fallen so far in the final. Already thrown in a little reverse, too. Was able to increase her lead at that point of the heat. A 7.53, and then gets the best score of the final, a 9-point ride. Zoe Benedetto was a competitive soccer player up until a few years ago, has decided to fully focus on her professional surfing career. Opened up with an 8-point ride, and the young Floridian out of Palm City, she's looking for the second best score of the final, an 8.84. Florida, we've talked about them for many years now due to the magnitude of Kelly Slater's great career in surfing. 30-plus year career when it comes to competing on the championship tour. Just amazing that he's still as relevant as ever. The Hobgoods, the Lopez brothers, Shea being a big inspiration to Zoe. Blake Jones, we could go on and on. The Geiselmans.
Well,
and of course, last year's world champ, Caroline Marks.
And Lisa Anderson.
And the Gold Coast, they've also produced a great number of surfers, including world champions like Joel Parkinson and Mick Fanning. But Benedetto comes from a new generation of surfers from Florida and the East Coast that they sometimes have to travel and be forced to stay on the West Coast for a month, 2 months at a time during the summer to be able to get more exposure. It's difficult to be a surfer from that part of the country, especially when the waves can get a little bit good, a little bit better, I should say, during that time frame. And for Benedetto, it's been clearly beneficial for her to have to stay on the West Coast during the summertime.
Well, you think about it, the majority of the surf industry is here in California on the West Coast. Her shaper, Matt Barlas, also based out of San Clemente. So for her to go and put in time and be surfing out at Low Trestles where there's a lot of cameras, a lot of eyes, a lot of team managers out there, it's a smart career choice. I know it's not always easy to kind of walk away from waves when it's good at home, but you're also traveling and wanting to make everywhere feel like home. So I'm sure California, there's a level of comfort there.
And can have a big financial impact too, right? There's times where you have to sleep on people's couches, really get to know a lot of people and get that little friend zone going. Rosie, you've been there yourself. Every now and then you just have to call somebody up and be like, hey, is there a chance I could stay at your place and for an undefined period of time? And next thing you know,
an undefined period of time.
You might end up being roommates after a while. But Benedetto, a great young star coming out of the East Coast of the U.S. She's been a former member, multiple-time member of the USA Junior team. Opens up with an 8-point ride here. And since then, Rosie has been waiting for that score, really the wave, to give her an opportunity to get something close to a 9-point ride. And the U.S. so big, so broad when it comes to both coastlines. Really on the West Coast, though, it's mainly California that has a lot of these professional surfers coming up. You go further up, though, Oregon, they have great waves. You go all the way to Washington, some amazing waves, too. But the temperatures really just dropped. As looking at the top 5 waves of the event so far on the women's side, Sierra Kerr, well, she has 4 of them, Rosie.
Oh, my goodness. And that is, just shows the dominance of Sierra in this event. And like I said, this final is a continuation of what she's done in this event. The 9, obviously getting that high mark here in the final, that's what you want to do. You want to peak at the right time.
You know, Rosie, I like reading a lot of self-help books, and that's saying a lot about me. But progress isn't linear. And for Sierra Kerr, she's had ups and downs. And even though she's 16, and we've known who she is since she's about 10, 12, bursting onto the scene, being a social media phenom within surfing, you can ask her about the lowest points of her career so far, and she'll tell you and be fully honest about how difficult it was to be able to surpass those moments in terms of happiness. And it just seems like in the last 12 to 14 months, there has just been a huge increase in the way she's approached a lot of her heats that she's been competing in. The Gold Coast, a great event for her on the Challenger Series. Was able to get a wild card over there. Wins the ISA Juniors, gets the gold medal. Was a third-place finisher at this event at Seaside Reef last year. And now into a final. And she's got an excellent heat total, 16.83. You know, small time periods, they can obviously affect things on a very positive way. They can also affect things very negatively. For her, it seems like it took a complete 180 in her young career.
Definitely. She's matured a lot over the last 12 months. And you talk about expectations and having all of this added pressure because of what people expect you to do. Like, I'm sure last year we were like, she was one of the favorites to win, and semi-final is an incredible result, but probably personally disappointing for her that she didn't get to win that event. And, you know, there are those ups and downs. Luckily, she's been able to surf and travel and get all these amazing experiences with her family. But at the end of the day, you know, she's got her own expectations on herself, and she wants to achieve those goals. And, yeah, it is amazing to watch the way that she's managed the last 12 months and how mature she's looking.
And Zoe, on the other hand, well, she's been on the path to stardom. Made it to the Challenger Series throughout the North America region in 2023. Got a third-place finish in Eriseda. Was just outside a range of qualifying in Saquarema, decided not to go. But a consistent surfer, to say the least. Has had some excellent scores throughout the event so far, still needing the 8.84. Competitive soccer player in her earlier years, Rosie. Actually wanted to ask her why she didn't pursue that over surfing, and I think most of us probably know the answer. Only a surfer truly knows the feeling, and you know, soccer, great sport, it's a team sport, you're dependent on others. For her, an individual perspective of being able to control what she can control out there in the water, it seems like it's a big reflection of her personality.
Yeah, that's a good pickup, Mitch. And also, just surfing is so fun. I mean,
Yeah,
you don't really like, you know, you read a lot of memoirs about tennis players and other sports people, and it's that grind of going and practicing 6 hours a day and being truly dedicated. And like you said, you're part of a team in soccer, but surfing is just it's just the self-expression, and obviously we have it in parameters of competing, but at the end of the day, it's super fun. You get to travel, you get to meet cool people, experience different places, and I mean, given the opportunity for yourself, if you're like, oh, do you want to be a baseball player? I know this is going to be a hard one. A baseball player or a elite professional surfer. The pay is really good.
Yeah, that would have been a harder one for me to pick.
That wasn't a good example, but...
Well, it was actually perfect, because say you're good at both, which one do you transition
Cole
into?
Houshman had to make that decision, right? Like, he has the potential to be an incredible baseball player. Like, he's got the blueprint, the body type, the athleticism to do that. But surfing at the end of the day is where his passion was.
7 minutes 40 to go. Benedetto with priority. Still needing an 8.84. Sierra Kerr with 5 waves ridden. Throwing away a couple of 7s. And she does have a 7.83 as a backup. You bring up a great topic right there, as looking at the heat recap here. Zoe Benedetto, she still had her hair dry when she caught this opening ride of an 8.0.
Yeah, what a way to answer back. Sierra had just locked in a great score. Zoe was sitting out there looking to answer back. She got to her feet and put on some of the best surfing that we've seen from her.
And a 7.83 right here, Rosie. So this is the backup. Very first heat of the wave for Sierra.
Opening exchange was just incredible to witness. Sierra Kerr milked this one all the way through. Sticks the landing on the last maneuver.
Then a 9.0 right here. Best wave of the final. And the best wave of the event so far on the women's side, Rosie.
And this was kind of midway out to the takeoff section, where Sierra was able to link together all of those maneuvers. Love the variety and the spice that she's adding in her surfing, coming out with a lot of speed and velocity towards this end section. And then 10 from her. Like I said, she just wants to keep notching up every time she's in the water. The finals, though, the guardrails are down.
Yeah,
and you're going for broke.
And the training wheels are off, too.
The training wheels are off.
2 excellent scores in the heat so far. Sierra, she's thrown away a couple of 7s. Low score is 7.83, and with 6 minutes to go, Benedetto, she's been waiting close to half an hour for that second ride. Got to be interesting to see when she stands up and catches her next ride, how she's going to be able to manage actually surfing that wave after sitting for so long in a colder environment, Rosie, still needing an 8.84.
She did mention in a post-heat interview, too, she's been struggling with a little bit of a niggling back injury. Zoe has, so she wanted to go get warm, get ready for this matchup. I wonder how, sitting for this long in the cold, like you said, the land has heated up a little bit, but that water is still frigid. I think it's around 58, according to Surfline.
Yeah, so maybe you're pulling it off with a 3-2. You're comfortable with either a full 3 mil, a 4-3 for most people would be, probably the pick. Southern California, people underestimate the cold here, Rosie, but you got Big Bear just a couple of hours inland. When you get those offshore winds, that wind coming from down the mountain can be chilly, especially in the morning time. 4 minutes 50 to go now, crunch time. You brought up a great topic, Rosie. How do you manage burnout if that is something that could be approaching yourself in your career? You brought up tennis, Bjorn Borg. He had to retire at 25 because he was just done with everything. Multiple-time Wimbledon champion. How do you kind of tell yourself to take a step back in a moment of need?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting, being introspective like that and really looking at the fact that you're not having fun anymore, and it's really not wearing on you mentally, and your mental health is maybe taking a knock. I think that's where you kind of have to put some things into perspective, chat to people around you as you see Zoe up and riding. Important wave, Mitch.
It is, Rosie. Needs an 8.84. So waited around 30 minutes for this wave, A great combo, and just didn't see it doing something on the inside that she liked. Little under 4 minutes. It was looking like the answer back that she was needing, Rosie. Great start to that one. Needs an 8.84 for the lead. It's going to be very shy of that one. It's just a 3.5.
And Zoe, she surfed you can't fault her heat strategy. You can't fault her heat. The fact that she sat with that 8-point ride, opened up with excellence, sat with that priority. That's the first wave, as you can see, that V of white water. That's the first wave that's kind of cusped on that outside bank. So, she had to spin and go on that wave. Unfortunately, it's just it's one of those ones that just hits that deeper water as we see the tide head towards a high around about this time.
There's 2 things I want to pick your brain about here, Rosie, because Sierra Kerr, she got the 9 under Zoe's priority, and then every heat that she started off with a good score on, she's always been in the better position with priority rotations. Got the 7.83, and then most of her waves was catching underneath the priority of Zoe Benedetto afterwards. As both surfers having a look with 2 minutes 40 to go, it just seems like she's been competing at a much higher level now and understanding the way heat works.
Well, I think the dangerous thing about Sierra is that she doesn't need a certain wave to really make an impact, because she has that ability to manufacture scores on the strength of the maneuver choice that she has.
That's an excellent point. Excellent point, and I think we saw it with the 9-point ride right there. Combination of major maneuvers, the variation, as you were saying, and I think just always a lot of intensity throughout each and every turn, even if the wave is really standing up or it's a flatter section on the face. 7.83 her backup so far, Rosie, and really since the 1.5, the one quick in and out for her, which was really just a tactical move on her behalf to try to get Zoe to go on a poor wave. She hasn't moved a muscle. Looking at the 3.5 here from Zoe.
So Zoe's taking off on this wave, and it feels like it's going to be one of those good ones, right? Like she's going through all of the same motions that we saw on the 8, but then it just hits that deeper bit of water. I mean, like I said, Sierra's that surfer that has that ability to create scores, and Zoe recognizing that, knowing that she needs the set waves if she's going to match that formula. She surfed a great heat.
And just like we normally see with a lot of experienced competitors, you have priority, you have the lead, you're always going to be on the outside of the other surfer, controlling the peak, Rosie, asking for time. She is 60 seconds away from becoming a world junior champion. There's her mom, Nikki. Oh, you can already see the tears. They're 45 seconds away from coming out, Rosie.
And that's Nikki's mom next to her there, so Sierra's grandmother.
Zoe had a look at that one, breaking too far inside, and you got to give major props to this young surfer in the red jersey. A very consistent run throughout the event. She has just surfed incredibly well, opened up with an 8, and the ocean just had a different plan in this one, Rosie.
Well, you know, Sierra's 20 seconds away from realizing a dream to be a world champion. It's unbelievable.
And one of the youngest to ever do it. Ladies and gentlemen, your SAMBAZON World Junior Champion is none other than the Gold Coast, Sierra Kerr. 16.83 heat total, a 9, a 7.83, and that was after Zoe Benedetto opened up with an 8-point ride. Just picture perfect moment right there by the young surfer in the blue jersey.
Phenomenal performance. Absolutely nowhere where I can really aim any criticism. She's been just unbelievable to watch. Huge congratulations to Sierra Kerr as well as Zoe Benedetto. I mean, she would just put on such an amazing performance.
And she's got to be very content with the runner-up finish. Had an awesome performance, but Sierra Kerr consistent throughout the entire event, Rosie. Many things stood out. Brought in an element of progression in the final 2 through a reverse, but got the 9-point ride under the priority of Zoe Benedetto. You see the happiness right there. Crazy to think that she's only 16 years of age, and she is your world junior champion right here in Oceanside. One of the youngest to ever do it, Rosie. The age limit for this, 20. You can't be 21 the year of. And for her to still have 4 years competing in this division, the sky truly is the limit.
That was incredible.
Mom and Dad coming in for the cuddle. I'm getting a little teary-eyed. So are you, Mitch?
Sierra Kerr, the new world junior champion.
It's been years in the making, Rosie. It's been years in the making, and for her,
Sierra gets 3.
It wasn't a question of when. It was a question of how many. And the first of probably many to come. Going to be cheered up the beach right there by her friends. Give it up to your world junior champion, Sierra Kerr. What a performance. Won every single heat she was in the event. And without a doubt, the best surfer in the event. Major props to her. Gonna listen into the chant here, Rosie. So a brand new world junior champion. Australia has another one. One of the most dominant countries in the world when it comes to the sport of surfing. We saw Jarvis Searle have the same kind of chant when he won last year at Seaside Reef, Rosie. And now Jarvis, he is in the support crew right here for this year's world junior champion on the women's side, Sierra Kerr.
And Sierra touching on the fact that she had a little barbecue for all the Australians at her home. Josh was kind of the unofficial coach for the Australians here, and I'm sure she's going to have a couple words, a couple more hugs from friends. Just an incredible achievement from Sierra.
And what a cool moment right there, being embraced by Ellie Harrison, Kira Buckett, who she actually faced off against in the round of 16, and Aaron Brooks. Sierra, she's ready downstairs. Go ahead, Matt. You got your world junior champion next to you.
Sierra Kerr, world junior champion, cheered up here from some fellow Australians. You got mum and dad and the family supporters here. How does it feel to win that championship?
Oh, it's crazy. That was the craziest heat. It was so fun in the beginning, and then it just went flat, and I was like, oh my God. But I was just like trusting God, doing what he it's going to do. And yeah, let it go flat, and that was pretty good.
And you built momentum right throughout that heat. Obviously some excellent scores, but saving your best to last. Amazing surfing yesterday, your movie premiere, and to top it off, what a start to 2024.
Yeah, that was amazing. I feel like I haven't been surfing that good this comp, so I went in the final like, all right, I'm just going to leave nothing on the table. And yeah, it felt like I actually surfed good, so I was frothing.
And you know, you're actually going to go down in history as a World Junior Champion, but as you know, you're now on that Challenger Series, so a big year ahead. What's the plan now?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't even expecting that. I kind of forgot that was the thing, but that's insane. That'll be so fun, I reckon.
Now, what's the plan for the rest of the afternoon? You got to kick back, watch this final, and a little bit of a party, maybe?
Yeah, I think we're gonna go-karting with the Aussies, so that'll be good as.
Straight into it, the humble winner, the Californian Australian Sierra Kerr. Any last words for supporters at home?
Thank you to everyone that came and watched and everyone that's watching. You.
All right, you heard it from our 2023 World Junior Champion. We're going to go crown another one in the men's final right now.
Thank you, Maddie, and congratulations to Sierra Kerr, winning her first of potentially many World Junior Championships. She's on the Challenger Series for 24, and we got one more final to go. Jet Schilling, he's going to be facing off his good friend, Jackson Bunch, in the men's final. Right back after this.
Back at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Welcome to the show. Men's final in the water. Jet Schilling coming up against Jackson Bunch. The San Clemente surfer in the way of Jet Schilling coming up against Paia Maui's Jackson Bunch. Both goofy footers. The clock's on. We have a 40-minute final. We've just crowned our women's World Junior Champ. Congratulations again to Sierra Kerr. And let's get it going with these two who have been outstanding throughout the entirety of this event. Jet Schilling, 20 years old, out of San Clemente, California. He's got a big support squad on the beach. Schilling. And he's had a heralded surf career at just a young age. And there's the support squad there. The San Clemente crew. Griffin Colapinto. Cade Madsen's here. Cole Hauschman with some new hair. Crosby Colapinto. All backing up their good friend, Jet Schilling. I'm Kai Puguro along with Mitchell Salazar and Matt the Waxhead Shanosky for calling this men's final. Jackson Bunch, 20 years old, out of Paia Maui. Similar to Jet Schilling, has had a career, an outstanding amateur career, has been pegged as one to watch from a very, very young age by the surf industry. nearly Menahuni time. So it's really nice, Mitch, to see these two surfers who you almost feel like they're veterans to me, but just 20 years old going out for a world title right now.
Right, and both of them 20 years of age, as you were mentioning. They're aging out after this year. Schilling, he's requalified for the Challenger Series. And Jackson Bunch, you mentioned his accolades within the amateur rankings. He made it into the quarterfinals at this event last year. Kaipo, both of them making the final here.
First wave scrapping into this one. We'll see if it breaks. It's going to be Jet Schilling. Light-footed through here. Nice section. Clean rails on his Sharp Eye surfboard. Kicks out, not the connection to the inside. And priority shifting to Jackson Bunch. Golf clap from the San Clemente crew. Another note, Matt, is that both Jet Schilling and Jackson Bunch are already qualified for this year's Challenger Series. Jet through last year's rankings as we go through this replay here, Matt, first.
It's been able to really fire upon in this event so far is his electric, nimble footwork, very similar to a Jackson Bunch as well, but perhaps a smaller board, fitting in the pocket, really nice precision, small wave surfing there from Jet Schilling.
So back to that scenario involving these two surfers. Jet Schilling, 15th last year on the Challenger Series. That qualifies him for this year's Challenger Series. Jackson Bunch, he's number one. He's number two in the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. That gives Jackson Bunch qualification for the Challenger Series this year. If Jackson wins this event and wins a world title, that wild card will go to the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. If Jet wins a world title here, that wild card for the Challenger Series will go back to Tours and Competition Department, and they will assign that wild card to a surfer for the 2024 Challenger Series. So we'll see both of these guys, Mitchell, on the Challenger Series when we kick off April 27th at Snapper Rocks. But what's really the carrot at the end of this, what's really the golden ring around the carousel, is a World Junior title.
It truly is, and you look at the who's who of who's won this event so far. Andy Irons, the first World Junior champion back in 1998. We've had a Maui surfer win this event before, 2008, and Kai Barger. But for Jackson Bunch, you want to make a name for yourself right here, Kaipo. He's going to be a sophomore on the Challenger Series, but you want to start your year off well with the win here in Oceanside.
Mentioning past World Junior champs, Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, Gabe Medina, Ethan Ewing, all on that list. And Jet Schilling would like to join that list. This time, the San Clemente surfer finds a steep right, swinging his board through the motions, Sharp Eye surfboards underneath his feet, and Schilling, recognizing a quick start is valuable in these high conditions, right on the rocks, right on the sand and cobbles, Matt.
Wow, and that's exactly what you have to do to get the judges' attention. Obviously, he's got his fan crew there, but the judges are in a soundproof booth. They can't hear any of this. They're going to be paying attention to the clinical surfing that Jet just portrayed. But something the judges have really enjoyed is dynamic end sections. It doesn't get any more dynamic than finishing on the rocks.
One more time, this replay, Mitch.
Yeah, and some good surfing on an insider. That second snap, to me, the one that stood out the most. Real good flow here, Kaipo. Fast surfer, knows how to surf a beach break just as good as anybody else. And that Sharp Eye has looked great. To me, the big thing, though, how high are you going to be going as a judge with one of these insiders when you still see a lot of waves out there that truly break far on the outside? A lot of flow on this one. You can see right there just the judging criteria coming into play. Speed, power, flow in the surfing, and then gets the finish right here at the end, the 2 for 1. Somehow able to fit one in right before he hits the shoreline.
Talking to Schilling yesterday after his quarterfinal win, he was actually disappointed in his performances thus far in the World Juniors, thinking that he wasn't surfing up to his potential. I told Jet, it doesn't matter. You need to peak on finals day. That's when you need to bring the game. And it seems as if that is what's happening right now, Matt.
Yeah, exactly right. He's carrying that momentum today. Passion is something he alluded to. Eli Hannon sending him a message and saying, hey, feel that passion. Try and incorporate that into your vibe today. And he even said that in his post-heat. That's one of his goals today, is just feel that passion. And you can see that's what Jackson's been feeling, Leo and Levi, throughout their campaign here. And is Jet peaking at the right time? Well, so far he's in the lead.
Short break section here. Quick off the top there, just with a windshield wiper, and probably not going to factor into his 2-wave total. Checking the feet after that run out on the beach. Jackson Bunch, also in a similar fashion. Talk about manifestation with Jackson. Talked to him yesterday with Sheon Crawford, and Sheon says, hey, I'll see you tomorrow, Uncle, when we're chairing Jackson up the beach. And Jackson says, yeah, see you tomorrow on the chair up. So both of these surfers confident, and I like the fact that Jackson spoke, Mitchell, already putting his mind and his place in that winning position. He visualized it.
It needs to happen, and you mentioned Jet being super down on himself all the time. You can be honest about your performances, and you obviously want to be honest about what is happening throughout every different heat in the event, but you can't put yourself down. And he wants to lift himself up in key moments like this.
Yeah.
And that's why he's trying to gain attention to himself and try to distract Jackson and force him to commit an error.
Speaking of a distraction, you can see Jet Schilling checking his feet. Matt, you talked about how the cobbles were exposed on the rocks here.
Yeah.
And the cobbles and the sand mix. It looks like maybe Jet running out on the beach hit one of those stony cobbles, and he keeps on checking the bottom of his foot.
Yeah, when he rode out that last turn, which has been so crucial, he actually landed right there on the sand and had to step off. You can see him picking something out of his foot, perhaps something a little sharp or a couple of shells gone inside the nail there.
Yeah.
It can be deceptively painful, just a small injury like that. And with the long lulls that we've seen at high tide, hopefully he doesn't have too much time to think about it.
Do you think that distraction of the foot, Mitchell, will affect Schilling's performance going forward in this final?
No, I think adrenaline's at its peak high right now, and I feel like once he stands up on the next wave, especially if he's needing a score in second place, he's going to be thinking about surfing that wave to its full potential, Kaipo. But what we have seen with Schilling so far in this event is that he's always been a quick starter. Given against Levi Slauson, who had a couple of excellent scores in the first 4 minutes of yesterday's heat, he came out guns blazing against him this morning and got him in an early combination with 14 points.
So same page out of the playbook here for Jet Schilling. Early start, staying busy, going right. This is wave number 4 for the San Clemente surfer. Lining up something beautiful. Couple of arcs there, really gaining great flow and momentum and matching the tempo of the wave. And he said, call the doctor, because I just destroyed that wave. We might have to check on it. Meanwhile, the light-footed Jackson Bunch clicks a couple of backside turns as well. So nice exchange. You would have to think, Matt, that the advantage will go to Jet Schilling.
Yeah, finishing a lot further in than Jackson. Some really nice moments on that wave. Variety being the key today. The waves a little bit monotonous, repetition being something that the surfers have to try and steer clear of. But something about Jet is he's been swiveling all day, and this is that first opening turn. And here he goes vertical a couple of times here. So nice turn there, sets him up for this one. The flow in between, connective surfing, and here just keeping his rails wet and a nice strong finish at the end. So 4 quality moments on this wave. And this is the front angle, a little setup turn to start. And here he goes down the line, identifies the critical section, and this one goes straight into a vertical turn and a tight, compact surfing there from Jet. Fast and flowing through his maneuvers. I think that's going to be a very healthy score.
He says, call the doctor. I need a big number. Here we go. Jackson Bunch, Mitchell.
Yeah, and a good answer back on his opening ride. But as you can see right there, Kaipo got hung up multiple times on the first 2 sections. Should be a good answer, but in the context of the heat now, seems like Schilling way out in the lead.
Schilling's score, it felt like it, it looked like it, and it was an excellent score of an 8.33. Combine that with his 6-point opener. Strong heat total so far, Matt, 14.33.
An interesting note, when he was paddling back out, Jet, after that smaller 2.5, he actually plucked that wave under priority as well. And that one was breaking down the line. It looked like a closeout, but on a fuller tide, it's actually been allowing the surfer to fit in a number of maneuvers. Not only did Jet see that, but he fit 5 maneuvers in, 4 of them exceptional.
Still waiting for the number for Jackson Bunch. There's all the scores from all 5 judges for Jet Schilling, Mitchell.
Yeah, it goes up to an 8.8, Kipes, and just once again repeating what you've been saying all week long from this kid, peaking at the right time, and guess what? He's doing it in the final here.
Jackson Bunch opens up with a flat 6. Throw away that 6.5, throw away one of those 6. Easy math for that 6-point ride, flat 6-point ride. Here goes Schilling. Again, under priority. Identifies this left. Just a quick tail throw and a kick out, staying busy like he's been all day today.
It's the right move. It's the right move. You're adding pressure to your opponent. He needs an 8.34. Schilling got his best ride. Remember the first excellent score of the heat on an insider. And we saw it in Sierra Kerr's victory. Kaipo, she got the 9 underneath Zoe's priority 2.
Gameplay, heat strategy, really interesting, Matt, in which at the beginning of this heat, after Jet got his first wave, he stayed on the inside to get a backup and really respected Jackson's priority. Now that he has a big lead, Schilling changing things up and getting right in Jackson's area, right in Jackson's zone.
Yeah, and I won't be surprised if Jet goes on to catch 3, 4, 5 smaller waves like he did against Levi, and to really accentuate that beach announcer to say, hey, that last score may not have been enough, but hearing that score over and over again, you need an 8.34, Jackson, you need an 8.34, and we've been seeing that. It's almost a tactic some of these surfers have been employing in the last few years. As you know, Mitchell, being a beach announcer as well, you hear the surfer winning, waving their hands, and you're like, I've read this out 5 times already.
It's a tactical move, and it's very smart to do, and they also do the time thing too with the watch signaling, but it distracts everybody else in the water. And Kaipo, you know better than everybody, any kind of distraction that you can get, especially when it comes to a beach break like this, it is beneficial to yourself, and it is just adding more attention to you and taking off from the other person.
Surfers having to move to a different bank here. Schilling is going to go right, split peak. We're going to stick with Jackson Bunch on the left. Jackson needing an 8.34. Smooth surfing so far on the Minami surfboard. Wave giving up on Jackson, and he catches a rail. Jet, meanwhile, down the beach, hammers away on this right-hander, looking to better his 6-point ride. And another signal to the judges saying, give me the score, show me the numbers. I want to continue to pull away in this heat, Matt.
I can't help but feel he thought he was on a lowers right there. And this is my beach right now, just pointing down at where he is. He's feeling it. You can see the animated body language. But how good are the waves right now? It's a small California weekend day of surf. It's offshore, lots of variety, heaps of waves surfed. Hey, we've already got excellent range scores. This has been a fantastic contest.
You know what? Ruby and the crew, our contest director, hats off to them for making the call this morning, because it is eventuating into being a classic final. Here we go, Mitch.
And looking to replace the 6.0 here, Kipes, and a little bit too zippy on the first 2. I felt much better engaged right there, and then cleaned everything up on the inside. And I think just the body language indicating that he is just oozing confidence right now. And Matt, I don't know if you've been to lowers on a small day with a lot of really high tides. Basically the same exact wave on the inside here.
Jackson forcing the issue there, and you can see a little bit of urgency in the Maui surfer, and things are getting a little bit unhinged. He will really feel that too, and he's going to have to block that out, because he's going to hear the number that Jet Schilling just got, a 7.17. Schilling extends his lead over Jackson Bunch, putting the Maui surfer in the corner, needing a 9.5. Jackson's going to hear that number, Mitchell, and how do you block that out mentally? How do you execute when you know that your competitor really has your number at this moment?
Well, there's times where, for me in the past, I just needed to listen to myself, bring my heartbeat down, and just breathe. There's times where there's so much happening around you, and especially with the pier setting like this, there's people on the pier, there's a lot of spotlights happening right now, cameras on the beach. It's no doubt the busiest day we've seen out of the 5-day window so far, Kaipo, for the World Juniors. But he just needs to center himself, recognize that he still has 22 minutes and break the mini combination that he's in right now. When I say that, needing a 9.5, you don't want to get that on one score. You want to look for 2 new ones.
That's what I was hoping for, Mitch. He still has time, Jackson, to get that 15.5 in 2 waves. He doesn't have to think about a 9.5. Actually, that would be the wrong mindset to go for the 9.5. The right mindset would be to go for 2 7.5s.
Right.
2 8s, you know?
It's going to be the wave that does it for him. Like in the semi-final against Leo Cassell, they're both catching similar waves, but it was the cupped out boldly left that gave the critical moments for Jackson. 2-turn combos, and he went excellent.
Well, you guys, we got 21 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown. A little bit of a lull right now. Jackson Bunch chasing a big number, a 9.5. Can Jackson come back in this men's final, or will it be all Jet Schilling? We'll find out after this. We couldn't do it without you. SAMBAZON, Best Western, Tractor Beverage Co., Cup Noodle, Original Sprout, and Visit Oceanside. Thank you for supporting the World Junior Championships. As we see Jackson Bunch, the Maui surfer, again, under priority, so he's gonna have to scrap on the inside here to try to get a score under Jet Schilling. Schilling with heat control. He has the lead, he has priority, and the crew from San Clemente are looking very confident. Mitchell Salazar.
Yes, they are, Kaipo. You see Rex Hennings right there, Dane Matson, older brother Malik also down here, Luke Weiler in the background, Tyrone Fomenko. I mean, basically the whole city came down to support this guy, but they know the impact that it's going to have on his career, Kaipo. You already mentioned that both of these guys have re-qualified for the CS, but what it does for your confidence, that's really the thing that goes a long way.
Jackson, eyeing up the right, he's going to activate. Quick vertical backhand Rio. That's all he's going to get is 2, so he's going to continue to search. Schilling uses his priority, screaming down the line, has a great section in front of him, and a dynamic finish, and he's putting it down. Jet Schilling, Matt.
Well, and you just think how the tables could have turned if Jackson took off on that wave that Jet did to allow a dynamic end section turn like that. That's a 6.57. I don't know, we're not the judges, but it'll be a strong wave there. Another backup there for Jet. If Jackson's on that, the script starts getting a little tighter.
It does.
You can see Jet Schilling energized on the paddle back out. We'll be waiting for that number See if it improves upon his scoreline.
Kaipo, one thing too is that he's the one guy that didn't qualify for the CT. So everybody has high expectations of him, and that's why he's been so hard on himself this week.
There's the numbers right there, and it appears that he will improve upon his heat total, Mitchell. We got 2 more judges to clock in. It's pretty elementary math at this point, that he will improve upon his heat total. And that 8.2 and that 8.5 really helped. 7.9, Jet Schilling. Now he has Jackson Bunch in a severe combination of 16.23. But back to your point, Mitchell, the end of the season of the Challenger Series in October, the end of the year competitively for Jet Schilling. Heartbreak, 5 spots out from qualifying for the championship tour. He saw 4 of his good friends in the way of Crosby Colapinto, Cade Matson, Eli Hanneman, as well as Cole Hauschman, all qualify for the championship tour. That was, he held his head high, he supported his friends, but that was heartbreak. Now, starting 2024, he's starting on a big up note and a potential world title.
No, and it's the confidence right now that is just the biggest factor. I mean, look at that finish right there. His timing is perfect. The speed management is right there. And it's Jackson, as you mentioned, Matt, he's just been on the wrong waves in the final so far.
He's having to try and manufacture his scores. You see him just pumping between transitions and real small wave approach there from Jackson. But Jet's just harnessing that energy, and what little critical moments there are on the wave, Jet's right there and capitalizing on them, hence the scores.
And Kaipo, make no mistake, Bunch gets on the right waves, he's in the lead. We saw it in the semifinal. He went up into the 16-point range, but so far it was that quick start from Schilling that's put him into a great rhythm in the final.
Jackson needed a 9.2, really something that we said he could split into 2 waves. Now he needs to execute on 2 waves because he is in a 2-wave combination. And Mitchell, it's a severe combination.
It's
16.23. That's an excellent heat total. So Jackson Bunch has to go excellent not just once, but 2 times if he wants to regain the lead. We're down to 15 minutes.
And these kids, they run a lot of drills in this time period too. Jet mentioned that he was going to go to State Park and run drills with his friends. Interestingly enough, Kaipo, Jackson is actually staying with Jet. They're 2 great friends. They were on the CS last year together. Right now, though, you can just tell that Schilling, he does not care, and he really wants to be a World Junior Champion. And talk about winning an event at home of this magnitude, too. How many people have been able to do that in the sport of professional surfing? Not many, especially at this level.
It's going to be retribution for Jet Schilling, Matt, and a great start for the year for this young man if he is able to take a junior world title.
Exactly like Sierra Kerr, just the feeling of kicking off that new year with such an accolade, going down in history. And I mean, any type of dreams and achievements that they thought of on New Year's Eve, well, it's just about to start right here, right now with that World Junior Championship, and the respect that you'll get, the camaraderie that you'll get from, you'll go down on a list of absolute legends.
Yeah.
Jet, a little bit of forcing Jackson to use priority. Let's see if Jackson can make something of it, and he will not. You talked about that list. Let's look at the list of past World Junior Champions. Gabriel Medina took a world title in 2013. Jordy Smith in 2006. Adriano de Souza in 2003. Joel Parkinson in 2001, as well as Andy Irons in 1998. 1999, Joel Parkinson won his first World Junior title. Look at the list, Mitchell.
It's impressive. Koa Bakalsa winning in 2005, one of the first Hawaiians to do so. Kai Barga to me stands out in 2008. Also really want to point out that Caio Belli, I mean, he went to basically a surf-off with Garrett Parks in 2011, and that really put him into stardom on the CT.
Caio Belli in 2011 was a great story where Caio did not know that he had a chance at a world title. He was actually napping in his hotel room, napping in his condo. He got woken up and said, hey, you have a chance to win a junior world title. Had to brush the sleep out of his eyes, get down to the event site, and eventually won a world title. Look at Mateus Hurdy in 2018 was electric. Finn McGill and Jarvis Earl. We can't forget just last year, Matt, the performance that Australian put on for a world title.
Yeah, and commiserations to Jarvis. He put in some great performances here, but you just have to say that the passion and the small wave intricate surfing of Jet and Jackson have persevered here today. Nimble, swivel hip type surfing in the pocket and so precise with their rail game.
Another thing when we look at that list of past world champions, nearly all of them have made the championship tour, Mitchell.
And been successful.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. You want to replicate the kind of success that you're going to have at this event and make it happen on the championship tour.
We're down to 12 minutes. Jackson Bunch under the priority of Jet Schilling with complete heat control.
I just hate this right now. If I'm Jackson, second priority, I got the kid that's leading against me right underneath me and just being a pest right there next door. It's tough, especially with this time and needing 2 new scores, Kaipo.
And Matt, Jet Schilling, he's got the fangs out. We've seen him kind of come out a little bit mellow at the beginning of this event, and then progressively he's been more and more ferocious to his fellow competitors, and he is going to play the game right now.
He is, but Jackson really needs to just really think about his composure. He needs to just sit there, remain present, and just think of the task at hand. And that's a good start, selling Jet on a smaller wave.
So Jet utilizes his priority, and even if it's a smaller wave, the guy just keeps on connecting the dots, putting together, splash in the water. Did he better, Mitchell, that 7.9?
It's close. It's a smaller wave, but the surfing was great. And, you know, we just talk about the speed management and the way he's able to gain speed off of the bottom turn. Got to give a lot of props to Marcio Zuvi and really the excellent work that he's done with both Levi Slauson and Jet Schilling in this event. He got them brand new boards days before this event started. They're looking magnificent, Kaipo.
Of course, Marcio Zuvi, the head shaper over at Sharp Eye Surfboards. Sharp Eye Surfboards based here, Matt, in San Diego, and some of the world's best have been choosing Sharp Eye. In the recent years, he's one of the lead surfboard manufacturers when it comes to progressive shortboards.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see just the precision rail work that these surfers, both Levi and Jet, have been able to apply on waves that they surf all the time. So it's proof in the pudding that the Sharp Eyes do work down here as well.
Hey, couple world titles proof. Felipe Toledo going back to back on those Sharp Eyes at lowers, where it looked like Toledo was in going a whole nother speed on his boards.
Yeah, and won the first year on a Dark Arts too, a carbon vacuum board, which is something that we hadn't really seen at the championship tour level. And nowadays, you're just seeing so many different constructions, Kaipo. Really beautiful the way we've progressed, not only in athletics, but also in technology within surfing.
Yeah, equipment improves, performances continue to improve. Here we go with Bunch. Finds the left. Big snap for the Maui boy. One more time. Aggressive approach there, connecting it, but light-footed at the same time. Short radius cutback, kicks out, looking energized on the kick out, hoping to break the combination that he's in, Matt.
Yeah, perfect timing. I just thought if he could just have an opportunity and not feel the nerves, just be within himself and just find an opportunities that he could tee off exactly like that. 9 minutes to go. Good timing. This heat's far from over.
I just felt, Kaipo, that he's always looking down the line the entire time. And there's a couple moments right here. You can see him really commit to the first turn, but look at this. After the second one, he's always looking down the line and never truly focusing on the one turn at hand. Surfing in the pocket as well as he can, but unfortunately for him, the left just shoulders off a lot more than we have seen with the rights. Should be a good answer, though.
Catches another insider, so the judges are going to owe us 2 scores. Remember, Jackson Bunch needs to really get better than well, he's going to break the combo right here. Here's the numbers coming up. One more judge to lock in, and we can throw out the high, the low, and do the average of the remaining 3. And there you go. A 7.37 does break the combination, so now Jackson Bunch, Matt, it's just a one-wave requirement of an 8.86 to take the lead.
And I love the gamesmanship there from Jet, actually signifying to the beach commentator about the time.
He's worried.
Right on cue. Now needing an 8.86. I love what Mitch referenced before. Head down the line, eyes looking forward. If Jackson had actually really committed to those second and third turns and really thrown his whole body into it, the trend of the judging throughout the week has been full commitment, which we see in all types of waves, but the combos mixed with full committed turns where you're generally looking back at the whitewater, backside or front side, if you can get your head swiveling all the way around, showing you're really putting your body and your whole weight and everything into that turn. I could feel that score may have been a touch higher. We'll wait and see. He'll get a lot of confidence out of that, though.
Schilling and the backup board here for Jet. You can see the sleek, sharp eye, Mitchell. Good looking board.
Brand new sponsor too, so congrats to Jet. Finally actually picking up a main sponsor. But yeah, opting for those round tails, which, you know, to me are a big point of difference at a beach break like this. He knows better than anybody, growing up in San Clemente, surfing T Street every single day. That's one of the most difficult spots on the West Coast, really, I'd say, to shine. A tough wave, but looking good here in Oceanside. And another thing I want to point out too is just how good the progress has been by a lot of these surfers to adapt to conditions during a 5-day period too, Kaipo. It got small, it got really big and windy, and then all of a sudden it has to drop quite a bit in the later 2 days. They've adapted extremely well for being surfers 20 years or younger.
The one thing that's been consistent, as Matt's brought it up in the past a few times, is that the sandbars, the banks here at Oceanside have been very user-friendly this year and have actually have provided, Matt, on all kinds of different tides and swell directions.
Yeah, and that's been the amazing thing. We had a mixture on those first 2 days of the south and the north swell, and then predominant west as well. And it even got so north at one point on that big day where it was turbulent because it was coming through the pier and it was rebounding off the backwash, but we still held heats from high all the way to low tide.
Here goes Jackson. Under priority, needs a big number, 8.86. Pops the fins there, just one turn. That's not going to be convincing for the number.
He wanted to get more pop out of it, though. You really noticed right there that he was trying to elevate and project himself from the lip line. Unfortunately for him, there wasn't really a section there. But he's fully back into the heat, Kaipo. An 8.86 seems like a huge number these days. But even like in an NBA game, 20 points with the kind of three-pointers that we see out of Steph Curry, out of Klay Thompson, that's really nothing for these guys. A 9, that's just one wave.
Jet Schilling, however, with heat control, he has the lead, he has priority. We're at the 5-minute mark. Jet Schilling, Matt, is going to act like a Ring doorbell and lock Jackson Bunch out at this moment.
Well, he's going to have to, because this set's coming, and we know what Jackson's capable of. And here goes Jet, maybe bettering his score.
Look at this wave. Swoops that first turn, swinging off the top on the sharp eye. Bit of downtime here, so this is going to hinder the score. He's just going to go through a series of turns on the inside here. But with that lazy middle section, I don't think this is going to be one of his top two.
No. Nice surfing, of course. Yeah. He finishes it. He feels confident. He took that wave, if anything, off Jackson. But I don't think, often you see surfers in the last few minutes really go for a big aerial to try and pull out a clutch performance. But with 4 minutes left, there's still the opportunity for a considerable wave to come through and for him to get that score going to turns.
Yep.
Like he has done and like we have seen throughout the event. Airs haven't actually been the determining factor in this event.
Truly agree. And this was the right choice to go on this wave, Kaipo, even if he doesn't improve, just because it's a set wave and haven't seen a whole number of them during this heat. Unfortunately, this midsection, as you said, it isn't really going to offer up a lot of steep section, but once he makes it to the inside, really goes rail to rail, and it gets steep right here towards the end too. Cracks it very well with a lot of speed towards the end. So scores in Kaipo, it doesn't improve, but he's still just being on the best waves at the best time during the heat too.
3 minutes, 30 seconds. Jackson Bunch outside. You can see him sitting patiently. He does have priority.
I'm hustling if I'm Jet right now, though. 3.5 minutes. That's a long time, and you don't have to surf another heat later today, Kaipo. I'm leaving it all out there right now.
It's this point of the heat where it could almost make or break or be a real asterisk on your career. If Jet was to let this one slip, let Jackson get a good wave, Jackson will all of a sudden be that guy who pulled out the clutch wave in the last few minutes to win a World Junior title, and Jet to be the guy who let that one slip as well. So it's testing moments in the last few minutes.
The other thing, too, as we see Jet start to reel in on Jackson Bunch, Jet's pumped up right now, Mitchell.
Yeah.
And he's been pumped up since the beginning of this morning in every heat. I think he's playing it smart right now, because what I was going to say is, if you come in too aggressive at the end of this heat, you still got to worry about a thing like an interference can take a world title away from you.
Look at him.
So I feel now I actually like this. I like the separation because I thought if he was going to come in hot and just sit right next to Jackson and kind of like be maybe overly aggressive, sometimes that can equal trouble.
It definitely can, but now you're giving too much space to the other surfer, and you want to be in a midpoint. You just want to let them know that you're there, have their presence be known, and be like, hey, buddy, I'm still here, over your shoulder. You know how you have one on each shoulder, and you're just like, which one do I listen to? That's kind of where Jet Schilling's at right now.
You always listen to the angel, Mitchell. You always listen to the angel when you have those two characters on your shoulder.
He hasn't been an angel in the final so far, Kaipo can tell you that. 16.23, seriously saving the best for last.
Hey, remember, after this men's final, we will have the Visit Oceanside post-show where we will unwrap all of today's happenings, reflect back on 2 new World Junior Champs, and see some of the best surfing, the top 5 moments of today. That's all after the conclusion of the men's final at the Visit Oceanside post-show. We'll have the awards presentation as well to make things official.
Tense right now, Kaipo.
Oceanside, look at how beautiful it is. California Surf Museum up the street. The Top Gun Blue House right down the road.
Colima's, our favorite Mexican place.
In
Just
and
up the
out,
street.
around the corner.
Well, here you guys, we're down to 50 seconds. And this could be the redemption for Jet Schilling. This could be a glorious start to 2024 for the surfer from San Clemente. He came here on a mission. His last year in the junior ranks. We already know we're going to see him on the Challenger Series. He wants to get to the championship tour. And this, Mitchell, is a huge step in that direction.
It's the pathway, Kaipo, and Jackson seems like he's identifying something potentially on the outside with 15 seconds to go. This is the last shot right here. Oh, I don't know if it's going to break in time. Oh.
You're right. Here we go. Congratulations to the 2023 World Junior Champion, San Clemente's Jet Schilling, riding his way to the beach. What a feeling is this, Matt?
Wow. I mean, I've got jelly legs actually just thinking of him surfing that wave with all that emotion that'd be coming through. And there's all the boys.
And the polar bear plunge for the San Clemente crew. Cole Hauschman, Cade Madsen, Crosby, and Griffin Colapinto. They can't wait to get him on his shoulders. Cole can do it all by himself.
Don't hurt the kid, though. Well, you know there's going to be a party tonight in San Clemente, Kaipo.
Oh, my.
How good is it when your friends slap you in the face?
Hey, easy work for Cade and Cole. They don't want to stop carrying him. Look, they'll carry him all the way to San Clemente.
Cole even wearing the pants, jumping in the water, too. I mean, how stoked are you if you're one of these guys that he's pushed, he's elevated their own performances and their own game, and now the one guy who didn't make it on the CT last year finally gets a shining moment, Kaipo. Incredible start to the year for Jet.
Yeah, this is, what a moment. What a crew. Jet Schilling. Matt, your thoughts on Jet? Oh, let's get to Rosie.
That's Rosie down there on the shore right now, on the stage.
Kaipo, out of all those guys from San Clemente, he's really the only one that has won this event before, which is saying a lot. So for him to have his name among the likes of Andy Irons, Parco, Kai Barger, Bam Bam, when Kalohe Andino was at his very pinnacle as a junior.
Adriano de Souza, Gabe Medina, some world champs.
And Jet Schilling on top right now of that list, the most recent one.
And the complication of the handshakes, a ritual amongst the San Clemente crew. I'm always impressed on how they're able to figure out the choreography of those handshakes every single time. I mean, those are complex hand gestures, Mitch.
You're going to see a few of Pipe Kaipo.
Kaipo, if you can pronounce some of the indigenous names around the world, I think you can learn how to do the handshake.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there you go. Crosby, Cole, Cade on stage with Jet, like you mentioned, Mitchell. Those are going to be three great rookies, by the way, when we start off the championship tour at Pipeline. But today belongs to Jet Schilling.
No, and the kid finally getting his flowers and his attention. A great surfer, gets his first major championship, Kaipo.
Get up there.
Keikoa Bacalso, talk about a former World Junior champ, and Keikoa, you know, congratulating and giving some love to Jackson Bunch. Let's not forget about Jackson Bunch. He put out an outstanding performance. Watch out for Jackson Bunch. He's an ISA gold medal winner. He's a multiple NSSA national champ. He's a Hawaii state champ. He's had wins on the qualifying series, both in Tahiti at Rangiroa and on the North Shore of Oahu at Haleiwa. Jackson is another surfer to keep your eyes on as 2024 transpires.
Absolutely right, Kaipo. And who did he beat on his way to the final, too? Joel Vaughn yesterday smoked him when Joel just had the best performance of the event the day before. Makes it into the final against Jet Schilling after he just fully decimated the semifinal heat with a 16-point-plus performance. Great stuff by Jackson Bunch. He's got to be very satisfied and content with the runner-up finish here.
He does. And it's a great way for Jacksons to start the year. But like I said before, this moment today belongs to Jet Schilling.
That's right, you guys. Well, you've had a couple moments to let it soak in, but you are a World Junior Champion. Do you want to say that out loud?
Yeah. So I think my friends. Last year was crazy, and I don't know, stuck to start off good, and yeah, I don't know. This is like really special to me. All my friends here, and just, I don't know. Thank you.
You had a huge year last year, Jet. Now you're going to be on that championship tour. You've got this World Junior title under your belt. What does this do for motivation? I mean, you just must be out of your skin. Congratulations.
Just got to work even harder for this year and just keep going so I can get on the CT with all my friends.
And having all your friends that are on the CT here to support you, what does that mean to you?
It means everything. That's why I'm so emotional. Like, all my friends are here. It's just like surreal, honestly. Yeah.
Jet Schilling is your 2023 World Junior Champion. I'm going to send it back to you, Cops.
Very much, Rosie. And like we said, it was a crazy year for this young man in 2023, nearly qualifying for the championship tour, watching 4 of his friends and travel partners all qualify for the World Tour. But now he's got a World Junior title. Jet Schilling, congratulations. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to wrap it all up with the Visit Oceanside post-show. Stick around. Show's coming up after this. Welcome to the Visit Oceanside Post Show at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, flying above our compound and our contest setup here at beautiful Oceanside, south side of the Oceanside Pier. It's a beautiful day, and it's a day of celebration as we will be crowning both men's and women's World Junior Champs. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Rosie Hodge and Matt, the Waxhead Shanaski. And I'm going to start with you, Rosie. It was a short day today, but what a day.
Oh, man, you can't help but get emotional when you see these world champs crowned. And I think everyone has been super impressive. But to see the two champions, I definitely think they are deserving of the title.
Yeah, Matt, some of the highlight moments for you.
Just the maturity of the junior surfers throughout the whole event. Traditionally, pro juniors, junior surfers in general, we talk about a lot of development. These surfers are there. They're ready for that Challenger Series. They're showing maturity well beyond their years.
Yeah, we just got off of our men's final, and we have a new world champ. The cup is going to go to San Clemente. Let's look at the road for Jet Schilling, Rosie, onto that world title.
Yeah, I mean, Jet, you know, he slowly but steadily built his performance, saving his best for the final. And you could tell, you know, as we looked through the rounds, against Jackson Bunch, he was such a standout to me. Yesterday and through the earlier rounds, he had to defeat Joel Vaughan in order to make it through to get into this final, one of the standout performers. And then he beat Leo Cassell in the semifinals. But Jet has just been that guy, like I said, slowly going about his business and absolutely flared in the final.
Matt, like I've said, with a name like Jet,
yeah,
you got to go fast. And he did. He sped out to a 7.9, 8.33. Excellent performance for a world title here.
Peaking at the right moment, showing so much momentum today on finals day, the pick of the waves, and most importantly, bringing that passion when it counted most with precision rail surfing. Really, I think just the quickest, fastest surfing we saw today, and really placing his turns in the very few critical parts of the wave.
I think you said it right, Matt. Peaking on finals day, and that's what Jet Schilling did today. It was a convincing victory, and the celebration you could see with the San Clemente crew. Rosie, you're adopted part of that San Clemente crew. You feel pretty proud?
I was down there in that little mob, and it was so loud I couldn't hear anything. But Jet also saying in his interview, Eli Hanneman sent him a message and said, you need to get more aggressive. I want to feel the passion. Jet said he found a lot of motivation out of those words from his good friend and went on to win that final.
There's the numbers, the 8.33, a 7.9 backup. Excellent heat total of 16.23 to a world title for Jet Schilling. Well, that wasn't all that happened today. On the women's side, we saw what I almost feel, Rosie, as something that was almost prophesized, because we know how talented Sierra Kerr is. And so it's almost like it's expected, and it happened.
Well, for those prophecies to come to fruition, you need to do the work. I mean, we've had such huge expectations on this young woman, but to see her level, to see the maturity, to see everything that she's been through in the last 12 months and see that hard work pay off in this final is just incredible.
Check out the road to a world title for Sierra Kerr, Matt.
Yeah, so coming through some very tough competition, Talia Swindoll earlier and her good friend Bella Kenworthy, and they were both there to watch her movie premiere last night, carrying a lot of momentum from that, but she was up against an on-fire Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, Zoe, the Floridian, has been surfing well through this entire comp, and opening up with an 8-point ride.
That's what I was going to say. The first excellent ride of the final belonged to Zoe Benedetto. Sierra opened up with a high 7, but then backed it up with amazing surfing. She went all the way into the 9 range.
Yeah, 9-point ride for Sierra Kerr, Matt, and that 7.83. Again, excellent heat total to win a world title.
And throwing away a series of other 7-point rides as well. She found the good waves, as she did yesterday as well, and she really made them count. And just the variety through Sierra's surfing, she's got it all. She's got the progressive maneuvers, but she's shown a rail game, which we haven't seen all that much of in recent years. But when there's an opportunity to ditch the fins and show that innovation, she doesn't shy away from it.
I like the fact that Sierra on the glass with you, Matt, she recognized that not only had she won a World Junior title, but also birthed into the Challenger Series events. And then you just saw the eyes light up, the fact that, she's got that opportunity here on the Challenger Series in 2024.
Yes. She's going to be in our hometown, Coolangatta, Australia, where we kick off that Challenger Series. Look out for Sierra Kerr at Snapper Rocks. Let's take a look at the numbers here. And Rosie, again, an excellent heat total for world title.
I mean, so well done to Sierra Kerr, but also congratulations to Zoe Benedetto. I mean, did such a beautiful, seamless performance all the way to the final. And, you have to give it up to Sierra. She was just a strong force to get through.
Yeah, this is true. And we highlighted a lot of great surfing. I mean, Zoe Benedetto, Bella Kenworthy, so many more. Aaron Brooks, of course.
Talia Swindoll.
And Matt.
I liked Annette.
Yeah, Annette Gonzalez Exabari came out. So
Soligari.
Women's professional surfing, this next generation, incredible. Let's make it official right now. Let's throw it down for the presentation with Mitchell Salazar.
Well, what a time to be a surf fan and what a time to be alive. Thank you very much to our sponsors, Visit Oceanside, SAMBAZON. But guess what, Oceanside? We got some World Junior Champions to crown and also the runner-ups. Want to acknowledge people on stage. Jessie Miley Dyer, WSO Chief of Sport, Tours and Competition. Oceanside Mayor Esther Sanchez. And Ryan Black, the CEO of SAMBAZON Acai. Big thank you to our title partner, SAMBAZON. The final stop of the 2023 WSL Pro Juniors. Not only this event huge when it comes to the list of accolades from former champions, but the winner also securing a spot on the 2024 Challenger Series. Huge performance by everybody within the event during the week, and especially on finals day. Oceanside really brought out the best in these surfers with incredible waves and just standout performances. WSL would like to open this event by formally recognizing that Oceanside is the traditional and unceded homeland of the Payamcoshin, people who are also known as Luiseño. The 7 bands of Pachonga, Palma, Paula, Rincon, San Luis Rey, La Jolla, and Saboba, located within today's San Diego and Riverside counties. We want to thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event, and we would like to pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Also, a big thank you to our event partners, SAMBAZON, our presenting partner, Best Western, our event partners, Cup Noodles, Visit Oceanside, Original Sprout, San Diego, Boxed Water, Tractor Beverage Co., Board and Brew, Manduka, and Mananalu. And of course, a huge round of applause and acknowledgement to the City of Oceanside and Mayor Esther Sanchez for her continued support. Wouldn't be able to do it without you. To help us award the trophies today, we have Jessie Miley Dyer, WSL Chief of Sport, Tours and Competition, and the OG World Junior Champion in 2006. And with that, let's welcome our first runner-up from Paia, Maui, Maui no Kaoi. Jackson Bunch is your men's runner-up. All right, Jackson, come on over here. Want to get a quick word real quick? Big congratulations. All right, so you get the runner-up spot. You wanted a World Junior Championship. Kai Barger, he's the only person to win from Maui, but talk to me about the experience this week in your last event as a pro junior.
I mean, the waves have been super fun, just unlucky with the waves in that last heat, but super stoked, super grateful for this opportunity, and yeah, just having fun, along for the ride.
Well, great start to 2024. Best of luck to you. Jackson Bunch, once again, your men's runner-up. Big congratulations to the kid from Paia, Maui. And now talking of another runner-up, 18-year-old from Palm City, Florida. Give it up to the women's runner-up, Zoe Benedetto. All right, Zoe, big congratulations. You opened up with an excellent score, an 8.0, but the consistency throughout the event, you had won every single heat up until that point. Talk to me about this week here in Oceanside.
Yeah, this week is it was my first World Juniors, and I just couldn't be more grateful for my team, my family, my friends have supported me through this. That final was like one of the highlights. I felt really accomplished making it there. I just felt not too pressured. Congrats to Sierra. I mean, she's just pushing like women's surfing so much, and to share a final with her is amazing, and I'm really grateful. But yeah, I couldn't thank WSL enough and everyone for making it a special weekend.
Congratulations, Zoe. Once again, your women's runner-up, Zoe Benedetto. And now, let's start off with our men's World Junior Champion from just 30 minutes up the road. Give it up for San Clemente's own Jet Schilling. Raise that bad boy up, young man. Jet, I was getting teary-eyed during your interview with Rosie. The performance, monumental, but really the way you were able to capitalize on few and far opportunities in the final. You defeated one of your best friends, Jackson Bunch. How was it winning not only in front of your best friends, your older brother, Malik, also on the beach? Talk to me about this week in Oside.
Oh, it's just so special. I couldn't believe it. I just want to thank God and my family first, and thank them for everything they've done for me, because they've been there since day one. And yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Jet. Probably going to see him on the CT in 25. Once again, Jet Schilling, your men's World Junior Champion. And to the surprise of no one, going into our Women's World Junior Champion from the Gold Coast, raised just down south in Encinitas, Sierra Kerr. Sierra, congratulations. Your mom, your dad, your mom was actually crying about 60 seconds before the buzzer actually sounded when you won. An incredible week. The consistency was key, and I would have to say the stars are in your favor right now. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. Thank you to everyone that's came out to watch and support me, all my family and my friends, and it was just such an amazing event having it here at Oceanside near my house, and yeah, it's just incredible. Can't believe it, really.
What do you think about your premiere yesterday? Did it surpass your expectations coming into the day, knowing you had a chance to win your first World Junior Championship?
Yeah, for sure. Everyone was there, and I was like, wow, there's so many people supporting me right now, and it just gave me so much confidence going in today.
Congratulations, Sierra. Once again, your Women's World Junior Champion, Sierra Kerr. And how about a big round of applause to your newly minted World Junior Champions, Sierra, Jet, and our runner-ups, Zoe and Jackson. And with that, going to send it back to the Visit Oceanside Post Show.
Congratulations to our world champions, as they are just at the beginning, just at the start of the path of their professional career, but they're already part of a legacy being a World Junior Champion. Wow, we had so many moments today and that have stood out, but we have to pick only one moment for the Cup Noodle Wave of the Day, Rosie. Who could this be for our Cup Noodle Wave of the Day?
Is it Sierra with an on?
It would have to be this right here. Sierra Kerr, Matt.
Yeah, just the innovation, showing she's on the best waves of the day, as she has been all event, and really carrying that momentum in from last night's movie premiere and finishing strong in front of her friends, in front of her family, and of course the judges really appreciating her wave selection. And if you see the absolute power attack with the ability just to flare that swallowtail JS surfboard at the last minute, she's got so many tweaks in her armor, and there just finishing strong for that 9-point ride.
There you go. Thank you to Cup Noodle for their support here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. And we've been blessed with wonderful weather. Speaking of weather, things are going to get warm because we're going to head to the start of the championship tour, all kicking off at the Bonsai Pipeline for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti, then on to Sunset Beach. Again, it's going to be a double header in the islands on the North Shore, off to the chilly waters of Peniche to Super Tubos, then to the world's longest professional surf event tournament, Bells Beach Easter Classic. Margaret River is where we're going to see that mid-season cut. Off to Tahiti, El Salvador, Saquarema, welcome back Fiji, and finally a world title will be crowned at Lower Trestles. WSL Finals, September 6th through the 14th. Looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to, Rosie, as we look to the championship tour starting?
Well, I think Caroline Marks, can she go back-to-back and being that woman that's really opened the floodgates for the next generation of surfers, the likes of Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, we've got Alessa Spencer and Sawyer Lindblad on tour. Can those women dethrone the Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore-Rain, and can this new generation really take over those world titles?
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the women starting off at Pipeline. And this is going to be a thing because I see every year the women are getting more and more aggressive. Bigger and bigger barrels are getting ridden. So the women kicking off at Pipeline, that's going to be a thing to see. What do you look forward to, Matt?
I think just the contrast of different events. We see aerial surfing, progressive surfing coming into play at the WSL Finals. But throughout the year, there's so many power surfing waves, there's barrels, there's slabs, and we've got that nice range of conditions, which is going to make life very tough for those surfers who are just that one-minded approach. You're going to have to be well-rounded this year, and you're going to have to be prepared to get your hands dirty or maybe some reef cuts along the way.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to, in the history of this mid-season cut, 50%, total 50% of the rookies have made it and not made it. It's pretty straight down the middle. I'm looking forward to seeing the rookies, especially the posse, the crew. Eli Hanneman, Cole Hauschman, Crosby Colapinto, and Cade Madsen. I'm looking forward to seeing those rookie performances as we're ready to start that championship tour. That's on January 29th we start that, but today is all about today. We're going to go for the top 5 moments of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championship hosted by Best Western. Number 5, Munster Heat, Rosie, for Levi Slauson.
This was in the quarterfinals against Heitor Mueller. This was just absolutely a masterclass on how to surf a heat. Start to finish, he was throwing away big scores and had Heitor in an absolute combo throughout this heat.
Yeah, an 8.83, an 8.53, big straight air, 17.36 two-wave total. Levi Slauson with a dominant performance here, Matt.
Yeah, precision surfing from Levi right through 2023, and just a shame his wave selection let him down on finals day.
Number 4, Rosie, Zoe Benedetto, a run all the way to the finals.
Yeah. Coming up against this morning against Sol Aguirre in the semifinals. It was her backhand that saw her through this heat, really looking like a strong contender going into the final. And she did do some of her best surfing in that final. The first wave to reach into the excellent range in the final against Sierra Kerr. An 8-point ride for Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, really enjoying the way that Zoe was able to almost manufacture waves that didn't offer a lot of potential and really flare when it counted most, showing the judges those critical moments.
Number 3, Roars in North Shelley Beach, Australia, as they got to watch Joel Vaughn, Matt. 9.43, 9.1, 18.53 heat total. He went to town.
In literally the most difficult conditions we saw through the whole event window, Joel Vaughn lit it up with 2 excellent waves and throwing away considerable mid-range scores along the way.
What a show. Number 2, looking at our men's final and some of the future of professional surfing. Jet Schilling, Jackson Bunch, Schilling wins a world title, Rosie.
Well, in the recent history of this event, we have not seen a North American take the World Junior title. So Jet Schilling can have that, add that to his list of accolades, and also doing it for San Clemente. He shouted to the crowd while he was on the stage before the interview, "Thank you to San Clemente. I do this all because of you guys," because there was just a mob of San Clemente's best on the beach to watch him win.
Yeah, you can see the pride and the passion coming through Jet's performance today. And there it is. Years of hard work paying off in his last year of the juniors. He's already on that Challenger Series, but to have that title and that name in that list, to be that first North American, is an incredible victory.
Number 1, fulfilling expectations and winning a world title, Sierra Kerr, our women's world junior champion, Rosie.
So amazing just to see this come to fruition for Sierra. I know it's been a lot of hard work, a lot of focus, but to see her and the momentum that this will give her going into the 2024 season with that spot on the Challenger Series. I mean, I'm going to say it right here in January. Sierra Kerr,
yeah,
qualification hopes for 2024. I'm going to put really good odds on that. I mean, 99.9% sure she's going to qualify this year.
Yeah, she's going to have to mix that with school because she's just 16 years old. And
you know the most exciting part? We barely saw any of her air game in this event too, and that's the lethal part that we're going to see during the Challenger Series.
It's been lovely, Oceanside. We have enjoyed our time with here, and I've enjoyed my time with you guys. Rosie, for your final thoughts?
Well done to our champs. It's been an amazing week of surfing. I'm fired up for what's coming next.
Matt?
The surfing world is in safe hands. That was an amazing performance of maturity, flow, power, and some amazing waves here in California. I love California. I love surfing.
Thank you, Oceanside. Thank you, SAMBAZON. Remember, the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti, starting January 29th. Go to World Surf League for all the updates and enjoy today's end highlights. Aloha.
Still in second.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.